Welcome back to Lostboys Cypher Circle, everybody. This is the show where I bring artists on of all kinds. Doesn't matter whether you have a poem, a song, a rap, a story, just a conversation you want to have, some artwork you want to show off. This is the place to come get it heard, seen, whatever. Your thoughts and your feelings heard without judgment. Um, Brandon, shut your phone off. Everybody, silence your phones. Um, yeah, this is the place to come get your artwork and your feelings and your thoughts, and just come and share your artwork with some really unique and talented people and some like-minded people, and just get some feedback from your fellow artists. It's a lot of fun. We do it every week. It's our weekly therapy session. It's our weekly talent show. If you want to come on the show, you can message me on Facebook at Dylan Lawler, or email me at lostboy420x@gmail.com. That's Dylan Lawler on Facebook, or lostboy420x@gmail.com. Also, don't forget to go subscribe to us and follow us everywhere you can find your podcasts. Also Facebook. We're working on the whole Twitter and Instagram thing, or X, I guess I should say, X and Instagram. But for now, go follow us on Facebook, go subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us everywhere else you can get your podcasts: Spotify, Apple, Google, Amazon, Audible, iHeart, Pandora, Samsung, everywhere else. Yeah. So tonight, uh, I was gonna have you keep it up for a little longer, but perfect. Tonight, we are live on Facebook and YouTube, and then tomorrow, I will upload this episode to Spotify and all those other places. So make sure y'all go check out and follow us and subscribe to us. And also make sure y'all go stay tuned, and it's coming soon. Monday? Yes, Monday. Um, our Lost Boys Presents Deep Cuts is our sister show to this show. Basically, what I do is I bring on artists one on one, and it gives me a chance to talk to them and go deeper into their mind and learn how they tick, and just have a more in depth conversation because I get to sit with them for longer. So we have an episode coming out on Monday. It's Lost Boys Presents Deep Cuts number 6, featuring Nia Connie, or Lady Crucible. She's been a regular on the show for a couple months now. And she's a great artist. We had a great conversation. It was a lot of fun. I'm going to try to get that up by noon on Monday, so stay tuned for that. And also, we have a new show, Lost Boys Presents Lost in the Woods, with your host, Dylan Lawler and Brandon Coombs. It's an outdoor adventure vlog. We've already posted kind of like a sneak peek trailer, but we have officially recorded our first episode, and the editing and clipping is officially done, and that will be releasing on Tuesday by noon. So make sure y'all go stay tuned for that. We went fishing. I'm not gonna spoil the video, but yeah, just go check it out. Go check it out. It's a lot of fun. And also you can not subscribe to us, donate to us on Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal at LostBoy420X. Don't forget the X, like X-Men. My little Spider-Man water bottle. That's what that is. Anyway, before we get into the show, I always kind of like to give my, disclaimer, my trigger warning, because this show is a lot of the times based around mental health, and it is a therapy session. Sometimes we get into some triggering topics, and nothing is meant to trigger anybody. But if it does, click out. Whether you're an artist performing or a person watching, feel free to click out at any time. No one will fault you in the slightest. We understand that there's no telling what can trigger you, and it's not what it's meant to do. It's just meant to be a therapy and an expression for us. But hopefully we can have a good night, and doesn't trigger anybody too badly. That being said, though, piggybacking kind of off that mental health conversation, the point of this show for me is to reach out to people and kind of lift them up spiritually and mentally. And I always kind of like to say to people, like, if you're struggling, reach out, whether it's to me or to other artists on the show, or through Facebook groups, or people you work with, or people just I had a great I work at a Dollar General, and I had a great conversation with a customer today that was like went way longer than it needed to, but it made me feel good, and it made my day, and I'm sure that she felt the same way. So and she was just a random person, but point is, reach out to people. People are willing to listen to you. People are willing to talk to you. Um, and it's never good to just bottle it all up. Also, there are some professional hotlines you can reach out to, like 988 hotline, 988 Lifeline Crisis. You can text 988 or go to the lifelinecrisis.com, and they have like trained professionals on hand, as well as like some resources and other things. There's also betterhelp.com, and they hook you up with like an online therapist. And if you don't like the person you're talking to, you can switch out free of charge. They're obviously therapy is an expensive thing, and they're one of the cheapest things that I've found out there. And I know who use BetterHelp, and have found a lot of help from it. So I hope some people can go find some help there. And yeah, let's get on with the show. During the show, if you want to ask us anything, comment on anything, drop some fire emojis down there, because our artists are on fire and they hot as shit. Got some fire trucks and some. All right, that went on way longer than it needed to. Let's get on with the show. You get the point. Comment down below. Our first guest tonight, I believe these are all return artists. Yes, they are all return artists. And our first guest tonight has been on, I believe, once before. If she's been on more than once, then she's gonna have to correct me. But it's Angela Harris. She's an author and a poet. You can find her on angelaharris.com. That's Angela Harris. Follow on Facebook, TikTok, and Tumblr at Angela's Scribbles. On Instagram at Angela Harris Author. Oh, there we go. Sorry, my computer tweaked out. You can find her book. I always pronounce this wrong. Eidolon. I think it's Eidolon. She's gonna again. She'll have to correct me. But you can find that on Amazon under her author page. Again, Angela Harris. You can also join her creative writing group, which I'm a part of too. I post I post the link to this video, YouTube and Facebook, every week, as well as some other stuff in there. It's a great group. It's called Word Warriors on Facebook. So go join that and hook up with some other creatives. And yeah, let's have some fun. Where's her flyer? There it is. I'm gonna play it and get her up here. Am I back? Okay, I'm back. Oh, why didn't she come up? Sorry, my computer's not liking this show tonight apparently, but we're gonna carry on anyway. How you doing
Technical
tonight?
difficulties. I get it. I'm doing
Yeah,
good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. I had a long day at work, but then I got to relax a little bit and rest, and I'm here. And
You said it's like your
honestly,
third day?
my third day back. For those who've been watching, y'all know that I've had a broken foot. I have been cleared to go back to work. One of my toes is still broken, and I'm still limping a little bit. But with some Tylenol and ibuprofen, I get through the day, and I'm happy to be making money again. So yeah.
All right. Yep, I'm good. Tired. Long day, long week, long month. You know how it is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So you've been on. Was I correct? You've been on once before.
Yes, this is
Once.
my second time. Yeah.
And can you repronounce the name of your book, please?
It is Eidolon.
Eidolon. Okay,
Eidolon.
awesome. Awesome. Yeah, and I did remember that, and as soon as I said it, I was like, "Oh yeah, that's that freaking spirit creature. That's that ghost spirit creature that like." And I remember the whole conversation we had about it on the last show.
I
Um,
read the first chapter last time I was here. Yeah.
yeah. It um, it, for some reason, I don't know if it's my dyslexia or what it is, but for some reason that the title always catches me off guard when I go to read it. But
I mean, to be fair, it's like a Greek word. It's not a very common word most people would know. So I thought I was being really unique, but then I publish it and I find out there's like a dozen other books with the same title. So
uh, well, hey, you know what? You tried, and honestly, I've gotten messages saying, there was this one guy, and he I went to high school with him, and he was like, "You stole the name Lost Boys," and I was like, "What do you mean?" And he sent me like a link to some like rap group from the '90s that's called Lost
my
Boys, and I'm like,
gosh.
"That's not even at all the same thing. This is a podcast. That's not a that's not at all the same thing. What are you talking
No,
about?"
my kids and I were trying to find a song one time on Amazon Music, and like 8 different songs came up with the same title. Like
Yeah,
you cannot, it's just, yeah.
it's not
This is why
it,
you can't copyright titles. Like there's
right. Yeah, I mean, see, well, here's the thing: is they have like a registry of like if you go to get an LLC, like your business license, in that case, people can market their titles, and you can't have that exact lettering or wording, or like you have to change the S to a Z or something, something like that,
right,
or add something to it, because that is trademarked rather than like copyrighted, if you get what like it's trademarked to their business, and they
right,
profit off of it, you know what I mean? Like they claim taxes on that name, you know?
right.
Um,
But if you look, most like with books and songs, though, you'll see a lot of times you'll see that where there's different ones with the same title. I when you said Lost Boys always makes me think of the movie.
I don't know if I've seen a movie called Lost Boys. What
My gosh.
are you talking about, God, that's not what it's called. With Ponyboy and
No, that's
no,
The
that's
Outsiders.
Outsiders. That's what it makes me think of. That's what Lost Boys makes me think of, because that's kind of like like
Well, so it makes me think of two things. First, Peter Pan, because weren't they the Lost Boys?
yeah, that's
Yeah.
also that's loosely what it's based around. It's people who feel lost in the world, coming together against kind of like a common uh
So the well, you're younger than I am. So The Lost Boys was a 1987 movie about vampires
oh,
with Kiefer
okay.
Sutherland and yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. See, I know
And
Kiefer Sutherland. I just don't know. I didn't know that movie.
you should go watch it.
Yeah, I'll
It's
I'll check
good.
it out. I'll check
Yeah,
it
you
out. Do you have any idea what it might be like streaming on now? Because I don't have cable, because it's
right?
2024, and it costs a lot of money.
Yeah,
And it's cheaper to stream.
I don't know. It's gotta be on
Well,
some.
we'll figure it out. I'll text you, and we'll
Yeah.
and we'll figure it out. But anyway, you've been on once before, but for those who don't know you, tell us a little bit about yourself and like what you got going on.
So well, I live in Texas and out in the country, on a farm, literally, which is something I always wanted to do when I was a kid growing up in a small town.
Me too.
I started writing in junior high. Never stopped. I had a teacher in junior high who had us write short stories, and we made our own books, like with cardboard and wallpaper for the cover. Like it was very a physical book. I still have that thing. But yeah, I just never quit after that. The writing bug bit me and that was that. So I had started writing again. Like I had kind of quit for a while when I had kids, and then I started again, and then had another kid. So yeah, I kind of had stopped for a while again, and then I started over the pandemic. I started writing fan fiction, and yeah, that just got me writing everything again. So yeah, and then I
That's
published a
awesome.
book, and here we are. Yeah.
And that was Idolin, right? And how long ago did you publish that?
maybe a year ago.
Oh
It's
wow.
really more
Okay.
of a novella. It's not that long. It's like a little over 20,000 words. So, but it's so funny because like I said, I was going to publish a book and that's not the book I was going to publish. The one I was going to publish is still in my document folder and it's sitting at like 50,000 words and it's almost done. And I'm just like, I just need to finish it. I don't know why I haven't.
I
I
I
have no good excuse.
I have yet to publish my first book, whether poetry or fiction. But and I always said that the first book I was going to publish would be fiction, but now it's looking more like, well, it's looking a lot more like the first book I'm going to publish is going to be poetry because I have one already. Like,
Yeah, I
I'm
have
not
a
gonna
whole
say too much
lifetime.
about it, but yeah, and I feel like that's a common thing with a lot of writers. Is like it's the thing you first publish is never the one that like you first thought you were gonna
Wanted to.
publish.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, like you
No.
never.
So I said like 20 years ago, I'm like, I need to type up all my poems and publish them. I have so many. I probably got 2 or 3 books of poetry, but I haven't done that either. And most of it is handwritten. Like I need to put everything, I need to type it because I started writing back before everyone had laptops and computers.
Right. I have, believe it or not, I actually have a typewriter. It's actually okay. It's not.
Oh, wow.
pe- Everybody,
That's
everybody will scoff at me if it's okay. It's not an actual typewriter. It's a technically it's a word processor.
word processor.
And
Okay. Yeah.
the difference is for those who don't know, it's a one is electricity, one runs off electricity, and the other one is just mechanical.
Right. It's so
Yeah,
funny. I never thought when I first started, people would say like you should type, it'll be quicker writing. I'm like, I could never do that because I like the way it feels when I write on paper. But now I can't imagine writing everything out longhand. I think I would die. I have like carpal tunnel syndrome or something. I could not do it now.
yeah. For a while, like I couldn't write unless I had like some kind of keyboard or and that's why I got the word processor in the first place because when I was in placement homes, we weren't allowed to have electronics, um,
Mm.
and so I still wanted to write, so I got myself that thinking, the keyboard would help me. And then I ended up writing. I wrote a little bit on the word processor, but then I ended up getting this like leather notebook and I filled the fucking thing up. And then I got another one and I filled it almost about like halfway before I left placement and I came back home. And it's still floating around here somewhere. But in like and then when I came back home, I started writing a lot more on my phone because I was able to have a phone again and whatnot. But like that's where I write most of my stuff is on my phone. So if I'm writing poetry or raps, it's gonna be on my phone. If I'm writing like story,
Like
it's gonna be
story.
on the computer because it's like
Interesting. I
it's
write everything on the laptop now, but I guess that's a writer thing too. I swear I have everything I've ever written. I don't care if it's poetry, short stories. I probably have 50 novels that I started and discarded. Um, Journal entries, you name it. Like I just have stacks of notebooks.
yeah. I have my fair share of that too. I'm sure you can hear it down here. This big it's a big freaking like binder just crammed full of stuff that I just keep shoving more in there. I got my W-2 in there along with all my poetry. I mean, it came
I
in the
have
mail.
a binder.
It
No,
came in the mail. I didn't know a safer place to put it than with my artwork. I know I'm gonna keep that safe. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So I was like, I'll just stick my W-2
put
in
it in
here.
there.
That
I
works.
have a 3-ring binder with divided tabs that I take notes for all my different things that I have going on because I'm like, oh, ideas I don't want to lose track of or like keeping track of things so I don't end up with plot holes.
Yeah, yeah. No, so there's this great software that and I haven't made a lot of use of it. I'm going to make more use of it. I believe it's ranges are somewhere between $50 and $80. It's a one-time payment, but you get the access to all the software, and if they update the software, you get access to the free update. Like if it were like a I don't know if you understand this, but like when they release video games and they like patch video games or whatever, you
Yeah.
get the update for free.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? It automatically updates. So it's this writing program and it helps you organize everything, and it's called Campfire, and and it's for writing novels. It's helps you do it can help you develop like language systems like Tolkien did. It can help you
Love doing that.
develop maps for your world, and just all sorts of crazy different things. It's really cool. You should check it out. It's
Oh
really,
yeah,
really
I've
cool.
done that. I make maps. My husband laughs at me when I'm over there sketching it because I'm a bad visual artist. But I'm like, I have to do this floor plan in my head so I know what I'm talking about when the characters walk in the room.
Right. Just have it like just some kind of visual. Yeah. Yeah. I when I used to play a little, especially when I was in the placement homes I was talking about. I used to play a little D&D, and I was always one of those like map and figure people. I'm
Oh
like,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I just want to see it a little bit. I just want
Right.
to like, I understand it's supposed to be like an imagination game. I just want to see it a little bit.
I'm trying to
You know?
remember the name. I did a map online recently of a fictional country in Incarnate, something like that. Anyway, but yeah, definitely. I like to do I like making up languages too, or making up I use Latin as my base if I'm writing witches for like the spells and things, but then
Yeah.
like if I'm writing something like a vampire, I'm probably gonna go to like uh Romania for the
Right.
language, you know.
Right. Yeah, Latin works very well for magic. One of my favorite series is the Dresden Files, and it's about a wizard in modern day.
I'm
And
familiar.
yeah, there's a kind of thing in there where every wizard, like the Mexican wizards, they use Spanish for their spells. He's from Chicago, but he uses Latin for his spells, and it's just what actually no, that's wrong. But he uses Latin for most of his spells, but there are a few like his for example, like his fire spell is fuego, which is fire in Spanish, and he just learned that from I believe it was like a Spanish class when he was younger, and he just like it just became part of his like, you know,
Lexicon. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, exactly. His spell thing. Um oh, there it is. Sorry, my computer just gave me a warning that it wasn't plugged in, and I
Oh no. Yeah.
well, anyway, what's the first piece you're going to be doing for us tonight?
So this is just kind of like a piece of flash fiction. I wouldn't even necessarily say short story because it's short and it's I think for me flash fiction it's a whole story in itself, like beginning, middle, end, but also it leaves a lot to the imagination, a lot open to a larger story that you can kind of imagine. So anyway, this is
Yeah.
called yeah. So this one is called Wind Talker. I don't even know what inspired this, but okay.
Uh,
You ready? Okay. The wind whispered to her, literally. It said her name. It said a lot of things, actually. Emily tickled in her ear as a slight breeze lifted her auburn hair off her shoulders. It was her Irish roots that gave her both the red hair and the ability to hear the wind speak. She was sure of it somehow. She'd first heard his voice 2 months ago. At first, it was only in the woods, but now the wind wound its way through her yard, seeping through the doorway and window sills, creeping through her home, finding her wherever she was. She was starting to be afraid. The wind should not talk. At first, she thought it was her imagination. Then she was intrigued by it. If the wind could talk, what would it say? Now she knew. It whispered to her about her beauty. It whispered about how powerful it was. It whispered about giving her everything her heart desired. She had as many desires as the next woman, maybe more. So at first, she had listened. She had let herself be seduced by the sweet susurrations of the wind. But now she feared it. The voice was becoming more powerful, louder, clearer, able to seek her out no matter where she tried to hide. You can't hide from the wind. It skittered across the dirt and slithered through the grass, whipped around the roof and tapped on the window panes. It found its way inside the house, the barn, the storage shed. It would not be denied. She had a sneaking suspicion that her attention was making it stronger. The more she had listened, the stronger it had become, after all. She had tried ignoring it, but that was impossible. She couldn't unhear it now. She couldn't ignore it, so she answered, "What?" "Emily." The wind swirled around her. I need. Fear slithered down her spine. "What do you need?" "To become." "To become what?" "To become," the voice boomed. Emily jumped, frightened. The wind had never boomed before. It had whispered and tickled. It had conversed and muttered. It had chattered and questioned, but this was the first time it had boomed. The wind increased in intensity and whipped up the dirt from the ground, tossing it into the air and turning it into a whirling cyclone. Her fear seemed to feed it. The cyclone increased in speed along with her heart rate. Spinning faster and faster, the dirt in the center of the storm started to take form. She watched, heart in her throat, as the form became clearer, solid. The man in the center of the windstorm grew as he sucked the dirt into his being. When the man was completely formed, the wind slowed, then stopped. He turned to stare at her. He was tall, tanned, and well muscled, with jet black hair and the most piercing green eyes she had ever seen. They weren't a normal shade of green, but a deep emerald color, something more suitable for a lush, verdant countryside than a man's eyes. He was completely naked and completely unfazed by that fact. His gaze was devoid of any human emotion. She froze under his stare, fear rendering her temporarily paralyzed. "Thank you for bringing me back to life," rumbled the voice of the wind. "It's been centuries since any human has hearkened to my voice. Your belief has resurrected me, but to strengthen myself and return to my former glory, I need more. I must seek out more humans. I need their worship." "Worship?" Her knees went weak and she sank to the ground, shaking her head, shock washing over her. "Come with me." He held out his hand to her. Wordlessly, she shook her head. He shrugged indifferently. "Suit yourself." He vanished in a gust of wind, and she felt the air whoosh past her and out of the clearing where her home sat. Sucking in a deep breath, she wondered in a wild panic, "What have I done?" Okay. The end.
I like that. I like that. And you're right how like it does leave some to the imagination. Like uh first thing I liked about it like was just the intensity of it. And I liked how you ended it too, because it leaves it open for like, and now I want to know more. Where did that where what because okay,
What is
now
he? Where did he
you've
go?
opened you've now I get the sense that you've like opened up Pandora's box and there's all these crazy things that are gonna happen, and now I want to know what's gonna happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The other thing I really liked was the like personification, like when it was or he it whatever was in its wind form.
Mm-hmm.
Um, hey, when it was in its wind form, like the personification, like it slipped and it slithered, and this is the first time that it had boomed, and like I really like those uh adjectives, and just like how you use them, like they you use them to almost like a poetic kind of effect,
Mm-hmm.
in a way, and I really appreciated that. I like that.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. I that's on purpose and I'm glad that it comes through. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely fantastic, and it definitely lives up to the name Wind Talker, too. And that's like with the adjectives that you were using, slipped and slithered and boomed, because like there's a lot more to talking than a sound. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's the feelings that you get, and you like
I was
displayed like you made before this, I mean, before this being even appeared, like you had this, there was a sense of like trepidation and fear and dread, like
Yeah, like the
already.
tapping on the window pane, because like
Right,
when you're
yeah,
a child and it's windy and the tree branches tap the window and you're scared. Yeah.
yeah. No, that was a fantastic story, fantastic. I'm gonna bring these other artists up to
Okay.
see what they thought about it. Robert, what did you think?
I love the way you described the motion of the wind, um, and I thought it would take a much darker turn.
Yes.
I don't want to call it a happy ending, but I thought things would go very bad.
She could have
It
been
felt
killed,
very
right? Yeah.
right. It felt very ominous, and I love the anxiety and the tension that you build with that.
Yeah.
The wind could have devoured her. In my mind, of course, this isn't on the page, but in my mind, it's just because she was the one that brought him back. So, even though I don't think he has human compassion necessarily, but she kind of gets spared because, she brought him into existence.
I wonder though, what happens if she made the wind mad?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she would get devoured then, right? I feel like gods are not, necessarily
It
forgiving.
reminded me. Have you ever read The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue? Well, it's a book about, so without spoiling it, it's a book about a girl who makes a deal with a god, and the deal means that nobody will ever remember her for more than 5. Like, okay, so she can talk to them, but as soon as she turns away or goes in the other room or
They forget her.
looks away for a second, they forget her instantly. And but she's immortal and she can live for hundreds of years, but nobody can remember her. She's invisible.
Oh, that's cool.
And
That could be a
there's
valuable asset.
the scene when she
Yeah.
makes the deal with the god is a
Devils.
lot like that story. That chapter is a lot like that story. It's just the because he appears like in the wind too, like he's whispering in the wind, and then like his voice is whispering in
And
her
he's
ear,
there.
and then he appears, and it's very similar. I really like that. Yeah, Kevin, what did you think?
I think it's a Lovecraft tale. There's a
Yeah.
minor Lovecraft
Oh,
god
wow.
called Athok with a Windwalker. So you could probably submit that to, there are, I think Chaosium actually occasionally publishes collections of mythos type stories, and you could probably sell that to them.
Okay. I might have to look into that. We have a interloper here.
Aw.
Oh man, orange kitties are my
kitty.
favorite. I had a little orange kitty when I was younger, and it used to run up when you were walking by the stairs. You run up the stairs, poke its arm through the bars, and it bat you on the head every time you ran. Every time you ran up the stairs. Oh god, yeah. I love kitties. Unfortunately, I don't have one of my own. My sister has one. She keeps it to herself, and then there's another one that like roams around outside. It's an outdoor cat and just eats mice and squirrels and
Yeah.
stuff.
We had there was a litter. I think they were feral. The mom was feral, and the neighbors who were building a house like found them in the house, in the unfinished house, and they like put them outside, and then the hawks were trying to eat them. So now they're in my house.
Well, it's better than being hawk food, I guess. But yeah, that was a fantastic story. Thank you very much. And thanks everybody for your feedback. We'll catch you again in a few minutes for your next tale.
Right.
All right. And that's going to bring us to Mr. Kevin here. Kevin Burge. I hope I'm saying that right, not butchering it. He's going to have to correct me. But he's an author. He's got some short stories published under Spider Scalp Press, I believe. You can follow him on Facebook at Kevin Burge or contact him at burge.kevin@gmail.com and play his flyer and get him up here. Anyway, I love your flyer. I love that you sent me that picture too, and because I said I need a good picture of you, and you were like, this is the best one I got, and I was like, oh, that was perfect. Yeah. So how you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. How you been?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Like I said, getting back to work and just getting back in the swing of things. But I'm here and this is doing what I love to do. This is what I really love to do. Eventually, this will be my full-time gig
Boy,
one
wouldn't
day.
that be nice that we just be creatives for a living?
Yeah, right. Amen. Amen. Um. So yeah, what you been on? You have been on before, but for those who don't know you, tell us a little bit about yourself. What you got going on?
Well, I'm working on a project for Spider Scout Press. Right now, we're planning on doing it as a 30 style pulp and presenting the characters this way. What I'm reading tonight is in a completely different mode. That stuff is more PG rated. All right, this stuff it's a hard R. It's a hard 70s R. This is
Okay.
stuff that when I look at it, the two big influences are Charles Bukowski and the old National Lampoon. Um,
Okay.
then if you need to wonder, those are two people that you don't the two things that you don't read if you're easily offended. People think of National Lampoon's Vacation and they don't remember the stuff that they did in print that made the
Right.
movies possible in the first place. But I highly recommend it. This particular character, and this is the first story that I actually completed with him and got published, came to me in a dream. I dreamed I was watching TV and there was a sitcom on called Voodoo Martin. And it's about a man who's followed around by an angry voodoo god named Legba, who punishes him every time alcohol touches his lips. And the man's a compulsive alcoholic. So he's
Mm.
constantly being harassed and beat down by an angry voodoo god that only he can see. It was a sitcom. I woke up and I thought, well, that's just batshit crazy. I'll see if I can dig further into this.
Hmm.
And these two stories both come out of that particular world that he inhabits. Um, not related, but in the same space.
Okay. All right. Cool. I like that. I like how I've done that a few times. I've like for example the story I was talking about, the Dresden Files. I've written a few short stories like based in that world, but like with my own characters, just using his magic system and whatnot. But yeah,
Right.
it's fun. It's fun to do. But what's his first one called?
Saturday's Bastard Child.
All right.
And this
Cool.
actually features the titular Martin. Um, and I know that his story has a definite beginning, middle, and end, and there are at least a half dozen stories that tell the arc of his life, along with several others that kind of fill in the cracks in his world and give you a better
Okay.
look at it. It's a very strange, vulgar place that he
Okay.
inhabits.
All right. Cool. I'm anxious to hear it, so I'll drop myself out of here.
All right. Martin squeezed himself into the driver's seat. The front seat of the old Datsun had long ago fixed itself into immobility. He pulled the door shut, banging it 3 times before the mechanism engaged and the door closed. He pulled a cigarette butt from his mouth, smoked down to the filter and stinking, and attempted to put it out in the overflowing ashtray. Failure. The butts were too deep, and Martin used his free hand to swat at the top of the pile into the floorboard of the passenger side until he could sound the depths of the ashtray and find the bottom. He started the car, and the vehicle made a clicking and whining sound that acted as a herald of some near future failure. He tucked an envelope under the pile of dirty laundry in the passenger seat. Final disconnect notice, it read, $173 due. The date was tomorrow. He put the dots in gear and looked into the mirror. Legba scowled at him from the back seat. Around 8 tomorrow morning. That's how long you got. Legba reclined in the back seat. No seatbelts for him. Then they gonna shut the power off. No more lights, no more TV, no more stereo, no more hot water because you got an electric water heater. He was dressed in 70s refugee club gear, purple mesh muscle shirt and tight leather pants. His hair was in jerry curls and they looked as wet as they did sculpted. His sunglasses hid his eyes. Martin had never seen Legba without them. Lucky thing you got this temp gig. You know what this shit is? Martin tried to ignore him. He pulled the Datsun out of the street and into traffic. Legba paid his sullen quiet no mind. I'll leave it as a surprise then. It's a perfect activity for an asshole like you. You worked overtime every day for 6 months and you behind on the bills. Martin hated seeing Legba. He had a few reasons for it. For one, no one else could see Legba. Secondly, Martin knew Legba was real. This had been demonstrated again and again. And lastly, Legba seemed to show up when Martin had been screwing up and drinking, and he always came angry and to punish. Martin saw Legba often enough that he would qualify as his best friend, except Legba was usually pissed off at him. Legba was black, not the black of an African or any shade of black Martin knew. Legba was the blackness of space wearing a human form. If Martin looked at him closely enough, he could see what at occasional glance would assume were droplets of sweat were actually tiny galaxies. Martin preferred not to gaze too long at Legba. Martin drove. He intended to stop at the brake stop on the way and buy cigarettes. He was down to the last few crumpled survivors of the soft pack he'd bought at the bar the night before. He pushed the ancient console lighter in and waited until it popped out, shaking the smoke out of the pack into his mouth. The lighter made a metallic clank that Martin was as conditioned to as Pavlov's dog. He lit the end, but the smoke would not draw properly. The smoke was damaged near the filter. He had a moment of panic as he realized that he had not stopped at the store as planned and was somehow pulling into a parking lot in front of a disused factory building. He felt the pack. Just one cigarette left. And observing the time, he knew there was no time to backtrack. Fucking Legba. Weird shit was far too common when he was around. You hear? Legba was fading from sight like the Cheshire Cat. The last thing to go were the sunglasses. Have a great day. It's your day to shine. You the man today. And he was gone. Martin got out and walked down the length of the building. The lettering on the side of the place had been taken down, but the paint under the places where the letters used to hang was brighter than the rest of the paint around it, and Martin could read Duracorp Brake Lever Corporation. A forlorn banner, sun-bleached and torn, announced lease to suit, 200,000 square feet. The grass had gone uncut in the last weeks of the summer, and in the waning days of autumn had gone brown just short of knee-high. A cluster of people stood in front of a set of glass double doors, smoking and talking. Martin fell in and felt a pang as he pulled his last cigarette out and lit it. Martin usually smoked 2 or 3 packs a day. He doubted there would be time today to get from this godforsaken place to a store and back until the job, whatever it turned out to be, was done. Another quarter of an hour passed. The start time was supposed to be 7 a.m., and they were approaching 7:30. The wind blew and the temperature dropped. The assembled crowd had all been referred by various temp agencies. Just a few had come in response to a want ad. All agreed that the time and place were correct. A few, disgusted and with plans later in the day that could not be changed, got into their cars and drove away. Martin's last cigarette had worn off, and he could feel the creeping need for another. He considered a fast run back the way he'd come to get more. This would mean going home to search his dirty laundry for change in the pockets, but if the boss was going to run this late, he might be able to make it. Martin had taken 3 steps back toward his car when the Porsche pulled in. The Porsche drove past the line of ragged beaters assembled in the lot like an imperious general reviewing a crew of screwball privates. Slowly and deliberately, unhurried, until he finally pulled into the handicap spot right in front of the doors. A short, slender little man with a crew cut and shiny shoes bounced out. "Good morning. Sorry I'm running a little behind. Had some last-minute stuff." He power walked through the crowd with keys in hand. "We'll get this opened up and get you started in no time." He had a multitude of keys and fumbled for a bit before finding the right one. He held the door open as the temps filed inside. He was smiling. He had the kind of too perfect teeth and tan that served as a badge of status. His shirt, tie, and pants were all flawless, and though Martin was no expert, to his eye looked pricey. He had the cheerful demeanor of a man who does not have to do any real work and has no expectation of doing any anytime soon. Martin looked into his shoes as he passed and observed his reflection within. He looked disheveled and unclean by comparison. For a moment, the perfect shoes were defiled by the countenance of a scowling hobo, but then the moment passed and Martin walked in. Shiny Shoes led the way, moving at a swift march, elbows flying. They lagged behind him, following his lead into a vast and nearly empty space. Martin could see long rows of square steel containers with tarps over them. He counted at least 20 of these. A few of the containers had hand jacks under them. The floor was cement, painted over with some thick gray industrial latex. Sawed-off bolts in the floor acted as tombstones for long-removed machinery. The usual industrial stink of factory, present even in one long disused, hung in there and mixed with the smell of a backed-up sewer. A bad drain somewhere, Martin supposed. Shiny Shoes clapped his hands together. "All right, let's get you started," he beamed at them. "I'm John, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the Reliable Plastics Corporation. This isn't our main facility. This is the place I've got leased out by the hour to get a specific job done, so I'm going to ask you to limit any breaks you take to 5 minutes or less every 6 hours. His face took a serious turn. I am not planning on a lunch break, so the faster you get this knocked out, the faster we can go home. I'll be in and out of here throughout the day to keep an eye on things. Martin closed his eyes and people murmured, fuck, shit job. He wanted to walk, but he couldn't do without the money. He couldn't have been more a slave if he was standing in leg irons with an auctioneer hollering sold. If you guys could follow me, I'll explain what's going on. They walked past the long row of steel containers. Some of you may have heard of us. We're local and we employ about 150 people, sometimes a few more depending on demand. We aren't a famous name because we are a manufacturer for other companies and not an independent vendor. The smell of sewer was intense. A large black man with dreads that looked like a lion's mane shook his head and made a face. Man, something smells like booty. If John heard this, he made no answer. We run on a pretty tight margin most of the time. He stopped. The row of containers was ended, and Martin observed that a restaurant-style dishwashing machine had been set up. Long black hoses trailed off into the unlit darkness. Racks were stacked up on the stainless steel countertop, and a 3-sink unit had been similarly deployed nearby. A cardboard box opened at the top revealed new boxes of latex gloves. We produce a pretty wide variety of molded vinyl and plastic items, anything and everything from silverware, holders for your kitchen drawers, tub stoppers, the rubber portion of a bathroom plunger. We are highly adaptable. We've had to be to keep the lines running. He beamed again. You probably have one or more of our products in your home right now, and you didn't even know it. He motioned to one of the temps, a skinny redneck kid with a John Deere hat and bad teeth. Got to get you to pull the tarp off this first crate. The tarp was firmly held down with snaps, and the kid was struggling to pop them loose. 6 months ago, we filled a very large order for an adult toy company. We produced over 200,000 of these items. As the kid began popping the tarp loose, the stench began to rise. And about 2 months ago, the FDA forced a recall. You know what they say about things rolling downhill? He looked pained. We were at the bottom of the hill, and let me tell you, about 3 fiscal quarters of profit were about to go bye-bye. Martin felt the creepy crawl of the cigarette urge on his spine. His stomach gurgling, and he remembered he had not remembered to eat a breakfast. He had awoken with minutes to spare and a hangover. Now, not everyone participates in a recall, but we still wound up with about 20,000 units coming back in the mail to our facility. This hit us really hard. Not only was the product a loss, but we were tying up a quarter of our man hours in unpacking and storing the returned product. The tarp was being pulled back, and the unmistakable reek of shit and ass filled the air. Shiny Shoes did not appear to be discomfited. Dreadlocks was agog, staring in disbelief and with rising anger. Are those motherfuckers butt plugs? People began to gag. Martin was repulsed, but he was a restaurant veteran and not easily sickened. Worse things happen in walk-in coolers. Motherfucking butt plugs. Are all these goddamn containers full of dirty-ass butt plugs? He turned, waving his hand in dismissal. Fuck that. Y'all can have this shit. He left, trailing a stream of angry curses behind. A half-dozen more stood confused and then followed behind him. Martin and about a half-dozen people remained. Shiny Shoes raised his hands to quiet the confused muttering and regain the attention of the temps. Usually when a recall for an intimate toy like these happens, it's a total loss, but this was not ordinary circumstances. It turns out that the FDA was mistaken. They assumed we were using a fairly common chemical agent that had recently come under a ban, and we are one of the few facilities in the U.S. that don't use it, so we weren't guilty. The product was not defective in any way. Martin could not take his eyes off the container. The thing was full of butt plugs. Some of them were black, some red, some white, a few were purple. All were soiled. His mind reeled in horror as he realized what the gloves and dish machine were for. And there happens to be an appeals process. Usually it gets denied, but I know some people. I had to call in a lot of favors and do a lot of lead work, but I got a waiver, and we can legally repackage and resell these as new. He radiated pride and relief. But first, we have to make sure these are as clean and sanitary as the day they left the factory. I was hoping we'd have more people, but we'll have to make do. He scanned his people. He pointed to Martin. You! Fuck, thought Martin. You are going to be my lead man. Are you familiar with this machine and the 3-sink method? Martin nodded. He wished that he weren't. You'll have people bringing the crates over and unloading the product into the first sink. You will give each of them a spot wash, rinse and sanitize, and then run them through the machine. We have plenty of soap and sanitizer for the unit. It's right around the back on a pallet. Ditto the soap and sanitizer for the sink. Shiny Shoes started appointing people to wash empty crates, load clean product, and pull fresh crates for dirty product forward. Martin had just started running the water for the first sink when the first dirty butt plug got chucked in. Water splashed into his face. The butt plug still looked shiny from lubricant and had a slick of brown on it. A clump of dried bowel movement clung to the tip. As Martin wiped the water from his face, it vanished under the soapy water. They began tossing them in. Martin filled and prepped the next two sinks. He thought it was obvious there needed to be a man on the three sinks and an operator for the machine, but Shiny Shoes had deployed everyone to other tasks and no one remained. This was a misappropriation of manpower that would slow things down, Martin knew. Okay, folks, you should be good to go, he cackled. We're rolling now. I have to check back in at the office now, but I'll be back in a few hours to check in. He began to power walk out. We're going to work straight through until the job is done. He stopped and turned. And I hate to sound like a jerk, but if you bail on me before the job is done, as far as I'm concerned, you don't need to be paid. He smirked. I guess you could try to sue to get the wages, but it would cost you more to do it than you'd get. So if you're going to take a walk, take it now. Nobody walked. The butt plugs began to roll. Within an hour, Martin was thoroughly beshitted. Little specks and chunkies of shit kept splashing on him from where his merciless co-workers would carelessly toss the uniformly nasty butt plugs into the water. The lack of a second man became torture as the sinks became 3 sinks of toilet water. Martin had no time to properly drain, clean, and refill them as the butt plugs were coming like rounds from a machine gun. Martin was hopelessly outgunned and no one cared to jump in and relieve him. Legba showed up, leaning against a pole back beyond the dish machine. He was laughing his ass off, and to add insult to injury, had a burning cigarette in his mouth that caused Martin sheer agony. Martin was near crazed with the need to smoke. Hours passed. His co-workers were long on mouth, everyone bitching about how slow he was going. He wanted to throw butt plugs at Head, but Legba just shook his head no. Martin thought of the looming power bill and somehow kept his temper in check. Lunchtime happened, and the crew decided as one to take a quick break. No one told Martin. He simply noticed he was somehow caught up and realized that everyone had bailed. He examined his progress. The time was past 1, and he had knocked out the butt plugs at a rate at about 1 crate an hour. There were 16 crates left. The task was impossible. He remembered he had some long butts in the ashtray of the car he could try to light, and he went outside. His co-workers had already formed cliques, and these were congregated around in knots. No one spoke to or acknowledged Martin. They blamed him for the slow going. Martin was shaking from withdrawals and rage as he sat down in the car. He rummaged through the damaged cigarettes first and found it, expertly field stripping the tobacco from the end near the filter and reinserting the good portion, creating a short. He got it lit and drew. Not perfectly, but well enough. The thing was gone immediately, it seemed, but the demon monkey cavorting on his back was not yet placated. He rummaged through the ashen mess in the tray and floorboards until he found a dozen butts with between 1 and 3 inches of unsmoked tobacco left. They were of varying cheap brands, some of which he knew he hadn't purchased for at least 6 months. He lit them and smoked them anyway. Legba was in the back seat again, running a perfectly unblemished and pristine cigarette beneath his nose. The smell, Martin, the smell of a good fresh ciggy, never fails to please me. Martin's lips were gray and grimy from nasty butts. Legba did not offer the cigarette. He placed it in his own mouth and it lit of its own accord. You look hungry. Wouldn't want you falling out. If you look in the glove box, there's an old fruit pie that might still be good. Sure enough, there was. Chocolate flavor. He vaguely remembered putting it there months ago for reasons he didn't recall. He had not opened the glove box since. The pie was incredibly stale, the pastry breaking into pieces as he bit into it. He had to lick the filling off his fingers, and some of it joined the shits back on the front of his shirt. Someone pounded on the window. Fucking move it, fat ass. You're going to have us here all fucking night. Legba had vanished. Martin wanted to get the tire tool out of the trunk and kill them all, every last one of his prick co-workers. He still didn't feel like he'd placated the smoking deficit, and his stomach was gurgling from being prick-teased with junk food when he needed a real meal. He thought of the power bill, balled up his fists, and got out of the car. At least 16 hours to go. About an hour after lunch, Martin noticed that the machine wasn't heating up the water properly. He stopped loading the rack he was working on and started looking over the machine. He had to pull and replace both the sanitizer and the soap. His asshole co-workers kept on chucking butt plugs into the sink. They filled it completely until they went up over the water level and started overflowing the sides. The hot water problem was another matter entirely. The machine was getting power, but the heating element wasn't working. Fucking fat asshole. What the fuck is your problem? A butt plug hit Martin in the back of the head, and Martin's temper finally broke. He turned around, white-faced and enraged, seeing the goofy-looking redneck prick still standing there. He charged, throwing his considerable body weight into a hockey check that took his tormentor to the ground. Martin was atop him, knee in his chest, fist poised to strike. He felt a serenity in his anger, as if an angel of fury had landed on his shoulder. The anger whispered in his ear, "Make him eat a dirty butt plug." Martin laughed. He grabbed the butt plug from off the floor and held it like Jason Voorhees with a butcher knife. Redneck began to panic and buck like a rodeo steer trying to get Martin off his chest, but it was no good. Martin mashed his head down and clamped his nose shut. He brought the butt plug down and began trying to force it into the redneck's mouth as he thrashed and bucked and tried to scream through tightly pursed lips, bug-eyed and terror-stricken. "Hey!" Shiny Shoes was throwing people aside to get through the crowd that had gathered to watch the fight. Work had stopped. "What the hell is going on here? Get off of him now!" Martin's head began to clear. He stood up. No one had a chance to explain anything. Shiny Shoes held his hand up for quiet as a babble of tattling began. "No, I don't care how this started. You people don't get it. We're all on the same team. We're all in this to win this, and from the look of things, we got a long haul to go." Martin finally got a word in. "The machine is broken. No hot water." Shiny Shoes looked the machine over. He left for a little while and came back with a box of fuses. People stood around. Some snuck off for a cigarette break. The butt plugs just sat there waiting. After another 10 minutes, he finally got the thing sorted out, and Shiny Shoes left again, promising to return in a few hours. The butt plugs began to roll again. After a while, everything turned into a blur of wretched fatigue and unending misery. Hours passed, but time ceased to mean much as the never-ending train of dirty butt plugs were tossed into the filthy and disgusting sink. Finally, somehow, they quit coming. The long train of containers of dirty butt plugs were transformed to containers of clean butt plugs. Martin drained the sinks of the brown, nasty, and chilly water. An inch of pure sewage sat in the bottom of each one. People were getting done and starting to stand around. Martin leaned against the edge of the machine, nearly asleep and utterly spent. He was soaked to the skin with stinking water, filthy as a hog in a mud lot. His whole body ached. The only thing propping him up was the maddening urge for a cigarette. Shiny Shoes came in. "Good morning, folks." He had multiple bags of McDonald's. "Sorry I never made it back. Got home and man, I was ready for bed." He came over to Martin. "Hey, champ, when you have these sinks and machine cleaned up, you can go. I'll go ahead and pay you out now. We'll call it an extra hour. Shouldn't take you much longer than that." He smiled. "Everyone else, let's get you out of here. 18 hours is long enough. You need to get some rest." People got in line and he started writing checks. Shiny Shoes and Martin were the only two people left. Martin held back the urge to vomit as he shoveled the sinks out with his gloved hands, dropping the slimy goo into a bus tub. Legba stood across from him, staring inscrutably from behind the impenetrable glasses. Martin got the mess clean in just under an hour. Shiny Shoes quietly wrote him out a check. Martin looked at it. $175 even. That left him $2, enough for a pack of cheap smokes. Martin walked out into the cold morning air. Legba kicked him in the ass every other step just to keep him from falling down.
Fantastic. Brandon over here started to think you were going to read us your whole novel. Brandon started to think you're going to read us a whole book. No, that was great. I particularly liked the parts with Legba. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I kind of, at least the way I interpreted it, I kind of liked how it was kind of a personification of like self-doubt and the fear and anxiety that we all deal with, like our inner demon and our inner doubt, and kind of like that like personified and as this kind of like otherworldly like being. I really like that perspective on it. And how he was like kind of sitting there in the back the whole time, kind of like nagging him. And the only thing I wish is I wish there were, because I enjoyed the parts with Legba so much, I wish there were more comments from him throughout the whole process, like making fun of the butt plugs and stuff like that. But no, I definitely enjoyed the story. But yeah, my favorite parts were definitely like Legba and his input, and just the kind of how it kind of personified our own self-doubt and whatnot. Yeah, that was great.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring these other artists up to see what they thought about it.
Oh my God. I am like awestruck. That was seriously one of the best portions of the story that I have listened to in a long time. It's like Chuck Palahniuk and Quentin Tarantino had a fucking baby, and it was a butt plug with schizophrenia people around it. I mean, it was perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm like, this is the unluckiest dude in the world.
Right, right.
Yeah, but you know, in the beginning, you start off kind of like you can relate because I think we've all had those portions in our life where we're at our lowest and things are going wrong. You're like, I can relate to this guy, but then as the story keeps going, when I first realized that these are butt plugs, I'm like, okay, this is hysterical. Like I'm laughing, but really, your descriptors are too good because at some point I'm like, oh, I might throw up. It's so disgusting. It's like a trainer. You can't look away. She's like, I have to know how this ends.
It was
But
very visceral. Yeah.
Yeah,
I loved it.
Then at some point I'm like, no. This is beyond like relating to even on my worst day. Like, no, this story is to make me feel good about my life because I have never been that bad where I had to clean butt plugs to pay my electric bill. Oh my God. And I knew
Yeah,
it was
right.
coming. And I'm like, when he gets paid, it's going to be nothing, right? I knew it.
That's rock bottom right there. Yeah, for sure.
It
And
is rock bottom.
I liked how it kind of like the whole story like centered around like almost kind of his like cigarette smoking, like the whole like you kept coming back to that. And I kind of like how it like in a way it was like it almost like felt like a metaphor in a way.
It's like this tiny silver lining, like his whole struggle of a
Only
day.
pleasure in his life, and he can't even get that.
Yeah, and then he
Right.
finally gets it with his last $2. That is like Greek tragedy level beautiful.
Yeah.
It's also in my mind, this is almost like this is American society right now today. Like
Right.
people are killing themselves to barely squeak by, and that like $2 for the cigarettes or whatever, which I think they're actually way more than that. But now,
11.
Well, these stories are set in the 90s.
Oh boy.
His
Depends
stories
where
are
you
set
are.
in the 90s.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a smoker myself, but I've known plenty of people who are. Where I know they're expensive, like in Texas, like it's like $7 a pack or something.
Oh yeah, they've gotten to be insane. I quit 16 years ago.
They're $11 a pack here.
Oh well.
Jeez.
But yeah, just that scraping.
And it's mostly poor and working class people that smoke. So I mean, every time they pay taxes on these things, it's so regressive.
I know.
And of course, I kept waiting for him to give in and like pull a bottle of liquor somewhere because I'm like, he's gonna like fuck this shit, and then he's gonna, pardon my language, but.
Robert,
I
what'd you
don't think your language is going to offend anybody at this point.
No,
not on this show. Not on this show.
When you said R-rated, like 70s R-rated, I'm like, okay, there's going to be like some smut. No, well, no.
We just listened to 20. We just listened to 20 minutes of butt plugs. I don't think anyone is gonna.
Yeah, we've gone full Chuck Palahniuk here. I don't think there's any going back.
When you you started, I was thinking, wow, he is so good at setting a scene and describing this setting. And the butt plugs showed up, and I started thinking, like, oh my God, he's so good at setting this scene. Ew.
Yes.
And it worked. And I couldn't stop thinking, I've had so many bad jobs, but never had that job.
Oh my God.
It doesn't get much worse than that. I don't think.
Listen, I used to work at a Jack in the Box, and one night people would come in at bar rush. We call it bar rush. That's after the bars close and everyone has to go home. So all the drunk people go to Jack in the Box to eat because there's only like two things open, Jack in the Box and Whataburger. And one night somebody in the men's bathroom took a huge dump in the floor. And our maintenance guy, they sent him in there with like the power hose, and I'm just like, all I know is if y'all, I will quit before I will go in there
I
and
don't
clean
get
that up.
paid
Like,
enough for that shit. No, if so,
no,
listen,
no,
literally, if someone,
literally.
Bullshit.
I manage a Dollar General. Okay, I am assistant
I'm sorry.
manager, and I am telling you right now, I get paid second only to the store manager herself, and neither does she. She gets paid salary, and she does not get paid enough to clean that shit. She would walk the fuck. She would walk the fuck out. She would get someone else. Like, there's no way in hell I'm cleaning that up off my Dollar General bathroom floor.
I'm a CNA.
I did have
we
a
don't
kid.
make shit.
I had a kid piss right in front of the register, though.
Right.
Right in front of the register, giant puddle, and the mom just looked at me like it was my fault, and then walked out.
Now, I think the craziest thing, we had a car run into our dining room one time. Just
What the fuck?
drunk people are crazy. This guy
Yeah.
threw money at me one time. Like, I know drunk people do crazy things.
Yeah.
There was this guy drive through like cussing and like being just rude and mean and whatever. And then I'm like I almost never, but I was like, you know what? He was such an ass. You know what? I'm going to report a drunk driver. And then the same guy who was all like such a jerk to everybody who was working, like he was in the parking lot crying like a baby, like, you can't arrest me. My dad's going to kill me. Like, okay.
Okay. I will be the first to admit I'll be the first to admit I have been and fucking and usually I'm with friends. But I'll be the first to admit I have been to a McDonald's drunk as shit in the middle of the night. That's what it's for. That's what it's there for. But I have never been drunk enough to fucking scream at somebody through a little speaker or some shit, or scream at somebody through a window, or like I've never been that drunk. Like,
yeah, most drunk people are just not. There was this guy one night trying to hand out $20 tips, and I'm like, dude, you're gonna regret that tomorrow. Don't do that. No.
$20. Yeah, fuck it. Hey,
20 for you, 20 for you, 20. I'm like, we don't even get
strip club.
tips. Yeah. Crazy. But Kevin, I gotta say, I was already, when you first came on, I was like, I really love whatever you're doing over there with the darkness and the almost like flickering candlelight or something, like very mysterious. I really kind of expected like a gothic or horror story. And then the photo with the face paint, I'm like, okay, we're just continuing with the mysterious, like, yeah. I love it.
But, all around great story, great description, and again, I want to hear like more, because you said there are other stories with Martin, right?
Yeah.
I want to hear more about his little, what would you call him, like his not his subconscious, 'cause
demon?
it's another being, but it's his like being, his demon,
A monkey
his
on his shoulder.
well, I don't. Yeah,
Well,
I want to
leg was
hear.
real. I mean, that's let me clear that up.
Right.
Leg was
No,
real.
and you did illustrate that in the beginning. You like he had been proven, proven over and over again that it is real. That's why I didn't want to say subconscious, because it's a real being. But that's why I was trying to figure out the right word for it.
I'd be
for
interested to see,
whatever
like,
reason, and you won't find out until you hit the end of his story. This godlike being has taken an interest in him, and it's negative.
that's my question. Like, what attracted him? Like, what would attract a God's attention to this guy who is just like the saddest guy on the planet?
There's an answer to that, but I'm not ready to answer it now.
Right. Well, you don't want to give away yet.
Well, yeah, we'll catch you again in a little bit for your next story. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get us to our third artist of the night. As you can tell, this episode might be a little longer than others. We have fiction writers, and as stories tend to be longer than poems, it is going to be a little longer than normal. But obviously, if anybody needs to get to bed, it's pre-recorded and you can watch on YouTube tomorrow and Spotify and everywhere else the next day. That's a cheap plug. All right. So our third artist tonight, Mr. Robert Frost. I always want to say Frost because, like, Robert Frost, the poet. But Robert Foster, he's an author, and he's got a book out on Amazon right now called Morgan's Mount. What I've seen and read of it is fantastic. And y'all should go check it out now. And you can also go visit his website, um, Robert Robert Froster writes .wordpress.com. You can also visit his Facebook page at Robert Froster Writes, and I'm gonna play his flyer and get him up here.
The only good thing about the cottage was the coffee machine. It was a compact, drafty place constructed of densely packed round stones that failed to hold in heat. He had drunk 3 cups of coffee by the time the door opened and Alan walked in, and he was still shivering. A rush of biting air wafted toward him and was not cut off until another form huddled in behind Alan.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
I think I might have like butchered your last name very badly. So you wanna
Right.
it's Foster, right?
Foster.
I think I had it. I think I had it
wish
written
was
weird.
Frost. What's that?
It's it's the other one is spelled like the email or whatever, the website is spelled with an R or
The website is Robert J. Foster. Right.
oh okay yeah,
Yeah.
no, I butchered the hell out of that. I don't know why I had it written with an extra R. It something must have gone wrong with the brain of me or something. I don't know. But anyway, I apologize for that. But welcome back. Thanks for coming back. This is your third time on the show, right?
Third time, yeah.
Awesome. It's great to have you back.
Good to be back. Thanks.
So for those who don't know you, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. I wrote a ghost story called Morgan's Mount, which that was my debut novel, and I have a novella, horror story, coming out in July. So
July. Cool.
that's my deal.
Cool. Keep a lookout for that. And is that going to be on Amazon too?
Yes.
Awesome. Fantastic. So a novel and a novella out on Amazon this summer. So and the novel's out now, obviously, but yeah, that's awesome. So I like I love when like anytime a music album or a book, or I honestly love summer albums or summer books or whatever, summer projects releasing in the summer is just, it feels special to me personally anyway, or releasing like sometime around Christmas or something like that feels special too. But yeah, keep a lookout for his summer release, everyone. What was that called again?
The one coming out in July is Crag Island.
Crag Island. All right.
Yeah.
And you're going to be doing a little bit of that for us tonight too, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Cool.
I kind of wish it was fall, because I write horror.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
A bright summer publish.
Hey, you know what? That you can always, you're gonna be advertising it all year anyway.
Oh, yeah,
you can always, you know what would be cool if you could do? Get like a get a special cover, and do like another like mini release with like so many copies of this cover or something like that. Some people do things like that, or there's all sorts of little things you could do to promote it for Halloween.
Yeah, I got some ideas.
Yeah. But so what's the first thing you're gonna be sharing for us tonight?
A page from Morgan's Mount.
All right, excerpt from Morgan's Mount. I'll drop myself out of here and let you get to it.
All right. Okay. If you'll give me a moment, said Alan. He was abruptly cut off. I've given you and your damn boss as much time as I'm willing to give, okay? So, thanks for the trip. The plane ride was fun, and the country is pretty, but you should have chosen a bigger sucker for whatever it is you're trying to pull. And do I even need to stress the fact that cheating a guy like me out of money is a very bad idea? He walked around to the other side of the table. His temper was rising quickly, but he wanted to keep it at bay for the time being. Attacking Bassett probably wouldn't get him his money any faster. Experience had taught Marco that it was best to deal with tricksters like this guy when he had had a chance to form a plan. But don't you, stammered Bassett. Don't you think it's possible that there are things in the world that we, upon seeing Marco vigorously shake his head no, he stopped. Do you understand what I do, pretty boy? You read your little books all day, and I dispose of unwanted people. Is that term comfortable enough for you? I'm a fucking expert on looking into a man's eyes as he falls for the last time, and nothing I've ever seen has made me stupid enough to believe that there is anything left over afterwards. It's lights out, buddy. Once you're gone, you're gone. Bassett slumped and did not reply. His face, the set of his shoulders, and his stillness all told of his utter resignation on the topic. He had realized that it was impossible to pull a ghost story over the eyes of a man who spent day after day taking lives away from others. There was only one thing left to do. I'm sorry that things have turned out this way, said Alan, though I must say that I more or less expected this exact reaction. I imagine you'll be wanting your money now. Marco nodded and took a step back toward the stone table. The mention of money helped him relax. Fine, said Alan. He turned and began to walk away. Just as Marco began to think that Bassett was trying to run out on him, he said, if you'll follow me inside, we'll get you paid and send you on your way. Marco didn't move. It's inside? He asked. A faint yes floated back to him. Bassett was standing near the large door knocker at the front of the building. For a moment, Marco hesitated, not understanding why his legs were loath to carry him across the yard. He thought about the money and managed to get himself moving. Just as Alan was gripping the door knocker, Marco stepped up beside him. Alan rotated the knocker counterclockwise, and the doors slowly swung open. With a nod from Alan, Marco walked forward and entered Morgan's mount for the first time.
Ooh, I like that. And you name dropping the book right at the end like that.
Yep.
Cool. And I like that too. Like anytime like a song or like drops the name of the title of the, that's always a cool moment. I like that. That's really really cool, man. I gotta read this. I gotta get this book. Brandon's saying he wants to get it too. We're gonna get your book, man.
Dad got it.
Yeah, no, my dad did get it. I remember. I'm a little slow on the bell curve. I've been having a lot going on lately, but yeah, no, I really like what I've heard of it, and especially like I said, where the ending where like you get the first glimpse of like Morgan's Mount, the actual what the whole book is about, and then you know what I mean. But no, so, I don't know if you guys could hear Brandon, but he said that it felt like almost the introduction to a video game, where
What?
like, and then right where like, he goes to open the door to Morgan's Mount, like that's where like you take control of the character and you start playing or whatever.
Oh, neat.
That's what Brandon's saying.
I like that.
Yeah, that's the way he interpreted that. But yeah, no, I like your character description, I like your description and your character, like the way you build your characters and how they're each individual people, and you can they have their own, sort of voices. And they feel like very fleshed out people.
Okay.
And that's something I also remember last time you were here too, is your characters always feel like very lifelike. They jump off the page.
Thank you.
And yeah. And their dialogue is very like engaging. That's something you're very, very good at. Very good at. But yeah, me and Brandon loved it. We're gonna see what these guys think.
I want to
thought
know
it-
what is Morgan's Mount, though.
Me too. We
I
have
want to hear
questions.
more.
Yeah, that's the he just ends it right there. It's like, what? Wait, what?
No.
Wait.
And you've got the tension
What's
set up, right off the bat. Like we know that the stakes are high here.
You
Mhm.
just like
Right.
gave
Like, you
my
don't-
brain blue balls. This is now I have to get the book.
Sorry.
No, that's
sorry,
a good
not
thing.
sorry,
That's a
right?
good thing. That's twice.
I saw
tonight.
it as kind of a Universal Pictures classic haunted house sort of thing. I could see Dwight Fry and James Cagney.
Oh yeah,
That-
that's a
good.
throwback for
I
sure.
like that.
There you go.
know.
Universe, dude. All right, call up Universals. We'll do the adaptation of Morgan's Mount. Call up Universal. Somebody get them on the phone.
I'm okay with that.
Everybody says that I'm apparently in league with Taylor Swift, and who is the other one? Who's the other one that I'm supposedly? I don't know. Apparently, I just need to get Universal on the phone and get you a movie deal, man.
Get them on. Get them.
I'll work on it. I'll work on it for you. It's in the works. Stay tuned. Yeah, Angela, what do you think?
Like I said, I really like the whole setup and jumping into, like, we know the stakes are pretty high, with what's going on. Like, you don't screw over someone like me, and I don't know what, it almost gives me like the Dark Tower vibes for some reason. I don't know if
Oh
anyone has.
yeah,
Yes.
Crimson King shit.
I like those.
Yeah,
Oh, good.
Dark, yeah,
I'm a
yeah.
huge Stephen King fan, so yeah.
Me
Me-
too.
Horror is my
Me
first
too,
love.
definitely.
Yeah. Okay, good.
I need to finish the Dark Tower series desperately. I don't even know how many books there are, and I don't know how
A
far I
lot.
got in. I don't
Like
know how.
7, 8,
Yeah,
maybe.
there's a lot. I don't know how far I got in, but like,
It is great.
I'm like, I don't even remember that. Because those books are such a psychological mind fuck. There's so many levels to those books. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't even know what the fuck part I'm at, but I think I got to like book 3 or 4, honestly.
Well, that's what I feel
but-
like with this. Like, we don't know what happens when he goes through that door. Like, it could be
Yeah, and,
like
and
anything.
honestly, in that sense, like it almost feels almost as ominous as the Dark Tower, because like throughout the whole series, you're wondering like what, like, he keeps talking about the Dark Tower, but you never get like a clear picture of like what this thing is. You know what I mean? And like
Mhm.
where I feel like, at least at the part I got to, like the first book with the Man in Black gives you the like clearest picture, and then it kind of gets vaguer from there. Like
Well,
Stephen,
each world is its own
right?
surreal universe, really.
Yeah,
I think Wizard and Glass was the biggest departure of all of it, but I loved it. But this kind of has like a wizard and glass feel to it. Like it has like that echo from, yeah, that's exactly right. Like,
Like
Wow.
another world or different,
yeah.
something's
Oh,
very
you've
different
got the
here than
classic horror movie setup from the old days. You have the skeptic and the believer going into a
Yep.
haunted house together.
Yes.
oh
Good.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, James
that is a
Cagney, you're
classic
right.
trope,
X-Files.
but it's
Yeah.
you definitely used it well. You definitely used it well, and it's not it doesn't seem like a class, like it seems like a trope, but not like one that's been overused. If
I
if
think
you if
it's
you know what
like kind of homagey
yeah,
rather than,
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
or maybe reminiscent, but not quite trope.
Yeah, no, maybe that's the wrong word. Yeah. It pays homage, yeah. Yeah, that's a better.
I've always preferred like haunted building stories to gore.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm
like the
just
suspense.
wired
Yeah.
that way, I guess.
Well, Shirley Jackson did the most effective haunted house novel ever done,
I love that book.
and you
Yes.
never ever see what's in there.
Hmm.
It's
Yep.
almost better. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes when I watch horror movies, like once they show the monster, I'm like, man, I'm out.
Right.
That's
As
not.
soon as it's revealed,
Yeah, it
it's
takes
not
it. Yeah.
scary anymore.
Thing they come up with to show on screen never lives up to what I have built up in my mind,
Exactly.
like, or the unknown, just the unknown, because the unknown is the scary thing.
Mhm.
I think that was like one of the biggest things with like not even like here's an example that's not even horror. It's not even adult fantasy. Like Harry Potter with she did such a good job in the first few books of building Voldemort up to be like so ominous and so like and that's also the thing in Lord of the Rings, that you know what I mean, that makes that protagonist or not antagonist so ominous is it's just a floating eye in the sky and but it sees all and it's like but it's never given like a now Sauron was like a actual dude like with armor and he walked and talked
Yeah.
and but you never really see that side of Sauron in the movies. You see just the eye and the ominous presence of Sauron, and that makes it so much scarier.
Hmm.
Yeah, so and I think that's like the best way to write any kind of suspense or horror or dark fantasy or anything like that is to just keep it in the
You
dark.
do get to see how evil Sauron can be in the Silmarillion when you get into the tale of Beren and Luthien, which I highly
Right.
recommend.
In the novelizations, it goes a lot deeper. And especially with a lot of like the and it now a lot nowadays there's a lot of like fakes and there's no telling like what's fan art and what's like like original scribbles and whatnot, but a lot of the like drawings of Middle Earth and of Sauron and whatnot, they like and like you were saying, similarly, like when you go into the depth of the universe he created, it is so insane. It is absolutely it goes so far beyond like anything they could ever put into a film adaptation. Like he created languages and fucking entire histories of societies, and just it was absolute insanity. But yeah, no, I also recommend you guys check the similar. I can't even say the word. Similar. Can you say it again, please?
Silmarillion.
Trillion. Thank you. I can't. Anyway, we're gonna move on to our fourth guest, and we'll catch you again in a few minutes for your next piece. Our fourth guest tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is the amazing and talented Miss Shannon. She's been here. I don't even know how many times, like 3 or 4, something like that. She's been on a few times before. It's great to have her on again. She's one of my favorite guests. She's a fiction author. You can follow her at Shannon Province on Facebook, and you can follow her on Instagram at G Coffee 61381. That's GEE Coffee 61381. That's Instagram. And if you'd like to contact her. I don't know if she's still open for beta readers or not. But that was something she had done in the past, where she has people beta read her stuff and whatnot. So if is something you're interested in, you can email her at gcoffee61381@hotmail.com. And I'm not going to make fun of her Hotmail email this time. I'm just going to play her flyer and get her up here. Hey.
Oh, hey,
sorry. Somebody walked in just as you. So sorry about the email thing. That it's kind of like a running shtick at this point. Every time you come on, I have to mention the Hotmail.
Well, it's my thing. I can't get rid of it. I'm too old to learn a new one. It's just it
is what it is. And one day it's not gonna be Gmail anymore. And I'm gonna still have the same old Gmail account, and it's not.
Yep.
Because
I had AOL until like 15 years ago.
All my stuff's saved on here. I can't. Yeah.
Right. Your taxes.
No. I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
Having like what do you call it? Device issues right now, and I cannot get my laptop to boot up. I think I just need to charge it.
Okay.
So I'm trying to figure out how I can read these things on my phone while this streaming is happening. You know what I mean?
I do.
I don't even know if that's is it possible?
I believe so. I think it will just shut your camera off, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. I think if you keep the tab up and on your phone and then open the new tab to your do you have Google Drive on your phone?
I do.
Yeah, if you open up Google Drive on your phone, I think it'll let you read and it won't close you out of the stream.
Let me try that really quick. I'm not going to read anything. I'm just going to try it. Okay. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, snap. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
What about now?
Yeah.
I didn't do anything different. I just wanted to see. Okay. Well, look at me. I am learning things.
Yeah. So if
maybe I will get a new email address.
if you can read it from there, by all means, you can read it off your phone.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
But really before you read, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you got going on.
Right now I don't have a whole lot going on with writing, just like little poems and blurbs here and there. Life is, kind of hectic, as lives tend to do. My daughter just had her 19th birthday and is graduating high school next week. So that's been exciting. We've been doing a lot with that. Had kind of a sudden and tragic death this morning, so that's kind of thrown everybody for a tailspin.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry.
I won't get into that too much, but one of the things that I want to read, I actually wrote tonight specifically about that situation. It doesn't go into any details that might be hurtful to my family or anything, but yeah, it's been it's been a crazy time.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, like I always say, this is a therapy, and it's a way to get those feelings out, and in whatever way. And so yeah, I appreciate your dedication, and my condolences on the passing, but congratulations to your daughter.
Thank you. I will tell her you said that.
Yeah. So what's the first one you're gonna read tonight? Is it that one or is it
Um,
the second?
I think I'm gonna go a little light and fluffy. They're all really short, but I think maybe the first one I want to just go a little light and fluffy. That's the one that has the visual aid
All right.
involved,
All
and
right.
it'll take me a
We're gonna do
second to
we're gonna
like
do a
set.
marshmallow
A
um,
marshmallow.
performance, a little light and fluffy.
Yeah.
And what's this one called?
As voodoo doll, I don't know. I didn't
Voodoo.
really.
Voodoo. We
Okay.
got it. We
So
got
how
it.
do I turn this camera around the other way? Is that possible? Let
Turn
me
your
see.
phone, maybe.
Ooh. All of these things. Let's
I
see.
use a computer, so I honestly have no idea. I
Okay. Well, let's try this, and then I'll see
This
if
is
you
all
can
smoke and mirror.
actually
This is all
see
smoke
me.
and mirrors, people. This is not real. We don't we don't
Oh,
actually know what we're doing around here.
yep. Okay. You know what? We'll just
Quality content. Okay.
hold it.
There we go. Ooh. Ooh, I like that.
Okay. Well, it's hard to see because I don't know what I'm doing. There. So that
You
is.
could you could lay it down on the table and go from above.
Yeah, but then I can't see what I'm pointing at. Unless I do this.
Okay. Wow, yeah.
But so he is Voodoo Cure Poupée. I'm probably saying it wrong because I don't speak French. But I thought it would be cool to put it in French because I don't know, it was a few years ago. I was trying to be smart or something.
A
Um
French voodoo doll.
well, most of them do have like a little uh French African influence. So this one's just light and fluffy. The little poem is honestly it's absolute trash, but it just went along with the picture. So maybe I
No,
can do this.
I'm
Hold up.
sure that it's great. And honestly,
Oh
a,
wait, if I do that, I can't read.
I love a few things about the artistic piece first, or the drawn piece first. I love that it is 3D and it pops off the page. And you say light and fluffy, but that does not give me like a light fluffy vibe. Like if it gives me like a you know what I mean? Like it's a voodoo doll. It gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Well, the
Jeepers,
the
Shaggy.
s-
We
the
gotta-
sarcasm behind it is it's a voodoo doll with an actual human heart for the center and an actual human eye for one of the eyes. One of the teachings for making voodoo dolls is to collect two items from the person you want affected, and do your colored pins and incantations specifically to affect those parts of the human body that you would like to affect. Um, so blue pins always go in the heart. So obviously there's some blue pins there, and green pins go in the eyes. And so the eyeball is literally being held on by a green pin. Though I'm not sure if the literal sense of taking the two things you want from the person was uh, maybe a little
I like it.
overdone in this.
I like how it's metaphorical and it's like the color. It's color coded. Like the colors mean different things. Yeah. No, I like the metaphorical aspect of it.
But it's supposed to be a little sarcastic. Like, I think you took that the wrong way. I don't think actually removing someone's eyes or heart to put on your voodoo doll is going to have the effect that you were hoping it to. But yeah. So let me read
I mean,
this.
it kind of defeats the purpose of
Yeah.
voodoo doll, right? Because
Yeah.
like if you already tore out their heart, then like you don't need to stab them with a voodoo doll. You already ripped out their heart in
Yeah,
person.
you've already got their heart. You've
You already
already caught their eye.
done.
You just
Yeah.
want to keep it forever.
Anyway, so yeah, you're gonna read this little piece, and I'll drop myself out of here.
Okay, yeah,
All
and
right.
it's just silly. Give me just a second. I'm sure this part is boring. Okay. Green pins to catch your eye, and blue ones to keep your heart. I'm only taking what was owed, unbreaking what you promised. My incantations are quite literal. The advent of my summoned demons is inevitable. They are both palpable and unprocurable. You are but a haunted pincushion under my control, stuffed with lies and dirt from your grave, bound with antipathy's noose. Your pound of flesh is my trophy to bear. So tonight I'm going to kiss your rotting flesh goodbye and place you back in the past where you belong. Tonight your soul will marry the demons who come to collect what is owed. Tonight I unbreak your promises and unpin my mind from your command. Worry not, little pincushion. It will only get worse from here.
Antipathy's noose, pound of flesh. Do you know what the words light and fluffy mean?
Well, I think because there's no real emotional attachment to this for me, it's just sarcasm and
It's I see the satire behind it, and the sarcasm, but it didn't strike me as very silly. It was like it was deep and it was visceral and it was the word choice was amazing. And antipathy's noose, like oh man, yeah, that was fantastic. That with the artwork, fantastic. I think you're selling yourself a little short, honestly. I think that it's a lot more. I think it's a lot deeper than you realize, and I think sometimes we do that as artists. Is like we unintentionally make something that other people find more depth in than ourselves. Um, and I think this might be one of those pieces for you. But me personally, I found a lot of depth in it. I found a lot of depth in the piece and the metaphors and the meaning in the piece and the visual aspect of it and how they tied together. Yeah, I really liked it. It was fantastic.
well, thanks. Yeah, I kind of wanted to just have something that went along with the painting because I did the painting years ago, and it's a part of a short series of paintings that I've done where there's hearts involved in every single one of them. Like I sent one of them to you. It was a copy of a sketch from Grey's Anatomy that I
Mm-hmm.
resketched in my own version. But instead of looking down onto a human brain, there's a human heart. This one was just one in the series of hearts. Yeah, and I was like,
I
oh,
like
it
it.
needs
I like
something.
it.
It needs a story.
I encourage you to find that story then, or let it find itself.
Well,
But
that's why I wrote that
what you
thing.
have is fantastic, and I would love to see the rest of the paint series at some point in the future.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe I'll write stuff for the different pictures. I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. And I mean, hey, if you do stuff with hearts,
I
we got some
know.
we got some
I
heart
love
artwork.
that.
We got some heart artwork for you right here.
I'm
But
obsessed.
yeah, there's a graphic I'm working on getting designed for the Deep Cuts show. And I wanted to have it designed before the Deep Cuts show like came out, but
Mhm.
I wanted to just start recording, and it was just so fun to just record and then put out the episode. So
Yeah.
the graphic is taking a bit of a back seat, but the graphic is essentially it's gonna be that, but with a knife in it,
Ooh.
and blood. Or maybe the ink will be. I'm working on the graphic. I have my friend Skedaddle, who's been on the show before. I think she's been on with you before. Um,
She might have.
she's like
Or
younger.
I
She's
know I
like
at least watched one that she was in.
yeah, she's like my age. She makes like digital art and sometimes she draws and like she's really really good. She makes
Oh yeah, did she do no? Yeah, didn't she do some anime kind of digital art on one of the
yeah,
shows?
a lot of it is very like anime like yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
she's
liked her
great, and
stuff a lot.
I'm working with her on the graphic, and it's gonna be I'll send it to you when it's done. It's gonna be cool. It's
That's
gonna be cool.
awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, I loved your piece, and
Thank you.
I love both of your pieces, and I'm gonna see what other people thought of them.
Spray Obi-Wan because she's
Kevin, what did you think?
What did he do to piss her off?
He promised he only had eyes for me and his heart belongs to me, and then he got all pissy when I came to collect it.
She took it.
What do you
I
think he
love-
meant?
It was- Listen, I love the fact, I feel like, listen, Shannon is so dark and twisty that tormenting your enemy to death and beyond is what passes for light and fluffy.
Yeah, that's her version of light and fluffy.
That was
Well,
great.
you know,
All
compared to the butt plugs, it's pretty light and fluffy. And by the way, I'm a CNA. Right now I work for hospice, so some of these things that you're describing in your story, I was like, yeah, I can relate to that. I can relate to that so much. It's not butt plugs, but I can relate to it.
Yeah. Well, and it definitely was not trash or garbage, whatever you called it. It was, I think you're selling yourself short. Definitely. The piece was poetic. It had lyrical flow to it. Like, as a poet, I enjoyed it. So,
Oh, thank you.
and as a horror fan, I enjoyed it.
Awesome.
Yeah. No, definitely as a poet, I most definitely enjoyed it.
It dawned on me after I wrote it, though. I don't know how to say some of these words out loud. Like, I read them, I know what their definition is, but nobody. How do you
That's
say
the sign
that?
of someone who is a very avid reader.
Yeah,
It's because we learn our words through the written word. Yeah.
right.
I have a challenge. I have a challenge for all you poets out there. I want you to use or rappers, whatever. I want you to use the words antipathies noose consecutively.
Yes, throw that in there.
Antipathies noose in your next piece. I'm talking to you, Caleb. Cage C, I'm talking to you. Antipathies noose. I want it in your next piece.
That's a fun challenge.
That was a great line. I mean,
It was. Robert, what did you think?
I thought the painting was kind of like Frida Kahlo meets Voodoo Doll.
Oh my gosh, I love you. That's like the best compliment I've ever gotten in my life. I'm obsessed with her.
You're welcome.
Wow.
And when you read, it was like I could kind of feel the needles going in.
yeah.
And I love that line about unpinning yourself.
Yeah.
I mean that, which would still be painful, but
listen, if this one hurts you, go back and watch some past episodes. She has this one where she it's very short, and I think it's I forget what it's called, but it's about a I guess you could say a taxidermist. And she am I getting that correct?
I'm not sure
is it
what you're talking about.
The short story where God, let me
I'm not sure if that was mine, but don't quote me on that because I also have
where she stuffs her I didn't want to give away the story, but like she stuffs her boyfriend
that wasn't me. That was a girl that was on the same show with us, and it was fucking phenomenal.
I could have sworn that was you. I'm so sorry.
No, but I like
it. I've done so many of these. It gets very challenging sometimes.
I feel honored that you associate me with it because I can't think of her name, but it was great writing.
That piece reminds me of a lot of your stuff because I guess associate with you because it has that like macabre like you were saying, almost like there's this like element of satire or sarcasm, but it's like macabre and dark at the same time.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the stuff
that's what I really liked about
read on your show has been pretty light, way lighter than that, like not sarcastically light. Like the excerpts from the book, it's more funny, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. We didn't read the blowjob excerpt on your show, did we? Worst blowjob ever?
I think I don't
I don't
We
think we
might
did.
have.
No, because
I
it was
don't
one I
know.
wanted you to read, but
There
instead I
was
had
there was
to
the
read the other one.
yeah, and there was
Yeah.
you read the one about the breast cancer.
Yeah, and yeah,
Uh,
his nightmare about having giant tits that flop out on a bus or something.
yeah, I
Yeah.
remember, and that was originally your flyer, but we cut that. Yeah.
But
Oh,
yeah, I mean, those ones, they're kind of light and fluffy, but they have like a bittersweet undertone. I think I did one called Ecotone that was just a balance between like reality and perception.
oh yeah. I remember Ecotone. That was last time you were on, I believe.
Yeah, and those
Yeah.
ones, I try to read it like an encyclopedia definition, just to keep it
Yeah.
very dry and sterile.
Right. No, I mean, I I did appreciate the sarcasm and the satire in it, but I also enjoyed the macabre and the darkness to it. It was very enjoyable. I loved it.
Thanks.
Thank you. And that being said, guys, that's gonna bring us back around to Miss Angela here for a second piece. What's the second one you're gonna be reading tonight?
So it's called Back Road, and it's a short, again, it's a short story. Maybe even it's not very long, so I don't even know if it qualifies as a short story, but it definitely falls in the horror genre.
All right, cool. Well, I'm sure Robert will like this one. Let's I'll drop myself out of here and let you get to it.
Here's hoping. All right. The thump of rock music blared out of the speakers as the old rusted Chevy navigated an S-turn, then took a right onto a white rock road. Melissa navigated the old clunker down the back roads as the Eagles belted out tunes from the ancient cassette player. The road came up to meet the undercarriage as she took a turn a bit too fast, white rock giving way to hard-packed dirt. The faint glow of streetlights had faded behind her as soon as she had left the county pavement. Now the darkness coalesced around her, suffocating in its intensity. She clicked on the high beams, making a mental note to herself to purchase some new headlamps. Flying down the dirt road reminded her of those wild teenage nights she'd spent out here, drinking, laughing, and singing along loudly with the very same cassette tape that now spilled out Hotel California as the car shimmied and swayed down the country lane. Suddenly a shape appeared in the dull glow of her high beams, and the tires squealed in protest as she slammed the brake pedal to the floor and twisted the wheel sharply to the right. Throwing dust everywhere, the car skidded off the road, fishtailing as it went. She twisted the wheel again, trying to regain control of the vehicle. The car thudded to a stop, and she sat for a moment, heart pounding in her chest. The eagle suddenly gone as she switched the radio off and pulled a flashlight from the glove compartment. The door creaked like a gunshot in the sudden silence of the night as she opened it and stepped out to inspect the damage. Please, she prayed silently, please, please, please tell me I didn't hit her. She glanced wildly around the road and field she had stopped in, but there was no sign of the child she had just clearly seen standing in the middle of the road. She stood still for a long minute, her breath coming in ragged gulps, eyes closed as she fought down the hysteria trying to rise in her chest. When she was sure she could breathe without screaming, she opened her eyes and slowly lowered her body to the ground. Stomach flat on the ground, she stared under the car. Relief flooded over her like a waterfall when she saw no limp body under her tires. Tears of relief coursed down her cheeks as she regained her footing and dusted herself off. Taking another deep breath, she turned back to stare at the empty road. If she hadn't hit her, where had the child gone? It was dark, but not so dark that she doubted what she had seen. There had been a little girl in the road. She took in her surroundings. No houses within sight, no structures at all within sight, in fact, not that she could see very far. There was something different about the darkness that surrounded her. It felt like it ought to have substance, texture, that if she reached her arm out, she would feel the solidness of it. She fought back the urge to do just that as the hair on the back of her neck stood up. The light swung in an arc as she searched the area around her car thoroughly. No girl. She started to second guess herself. Maybe she was seeing things. It was so dark. Maybe she had hallucinated the little girl. People hallucinate sometimes, she told herself. The light in her hand blinked out. Shaking her head, she lowered herself back into the driver's seat and pulled the door closed. She said another silent prayer that the car wasn't damaged as she put it in gear and pulled back onto the road. The car had come to rest facing the opposite direction she had been heading, so she had to maneuver it back into the correct position by backing up and pulling forward several times. Finally, she was back on the road. Putting the car in drive, she headed toward home. As she passed the spot she'd originally seen the little girl, the engine sputtered and died. She coasted to a stop, cursing out loud. There was a soft clunk as she popped the hood. She opened the door but hesitated to get out. She had driven these back roads hundreds of times in her life, she reflected, so why was a sense of dread crawling up her spine this time? As she listened, she realized it was the silence, deep and solid as the darkness. Where were the crickets, the frogs, the normal night sounds of country living? The only sound she heard was a soft rustling of fabric from the back seat as her eyes lifted in horror to the rearview mirror. A scream stuck in her throat as she made eye contact with the little girl from the road. The last thing she ever saw was that small, pale arm reaching toward her as a dry, brittle voice whispered, "Stay with me." The end.
Ooh.
Lightning
No, that was flicking. Somebody flicking the lights. Here we go. It's not that kind of switch. It doesn't work like that. Whatever. No, that was fantastic. It was eerie. It was dark. It reminded have you ever heard the ghost story of the woman in white?
Yes.
So it's been like adapted in multiple like TV shows and movies and whatnot. But in one of my favorite adaptations was I don't know if you've ever seen the show Supernatural, but they did the first episode of Supernatural ever, actually, I think, is a woman in white, and she appears in front of people's cars, and then she asks for a ride, and then she like disappears, and it's like it gave me the same vibe as that, and it gave me the same vibe as like any of those kind of like early 2000s horror or science fiction shows where it's like you have the scene at the beginning with the monster and they don't really show the monster, but they show the person getting fucking scared and terrified, and then like there's like a splat of blood or just like you see an arm reaching out like at the end of yours,
Right.
and then it cuts to the title screen of the show and you just hear them like a high-pitched girl screaming or whatever, just like or whatever. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
And it had that kind of vibe. It had felt like the intro to a Supernatural episode or the intro to a horror movie or something like that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I really liked it. And the thing that I really liked at the beginning that I pointed out to Brandon was you had Hotel California on the radio, and in my mind I pictured the line where he's like dark desert highway, right? And because it's called Back Road, and you're rolling down this dark desert highway, and it's like gives that same vibes. So it's almost like, and they do that all the time in movies. They'll like play a song that like the lyrics of it literally say what's going on in the moment or whatever, and it's like it gave those like.
So that's exactly, Dark Desert Highway was exactly the line. That was originally going to be my title before I realized you can't use song lyrics as a title because those are copyrighted.
I mean, well, okay, no, because okay, I could put Lose Yourself somewhere, and that's a song. That's a song.
True.
You know?
But yeah, I almost titled it Dark Desert Highway, really. And that's where Hotel California came in, because I'm like, it's a perfect kind of
that was it's the perfect scenery, and that song is very ominous and foreboding, and it's very dark and fits the theme of your story as well. And that's so going back to the example of like the early 2000s horror science fiction shows like Supernatural. That's one of the things I love the most about them is their use of like classic rock and but not just like any classic rock. All the classic rock they chose, like it had a tonal setting, like it set the mood for whatever was going on in the scene. at the moment, or and that's something that like I feel like has fallen off a lot in movies lately. Is like the
There's an I feel like there's an art
the
to
music.
that.
Yeah,
There's an art to picking just the right song for just the right scene.
and there's a guy. So there's with every movie production, there's a guy who gets paid to do that.
Yeah.
And he has to go to another guy, and this guy's job is to call people to get the rights to these songs to let them have it in the movie.
Oh
So
yeah.
this
Yeah.
guy can come up with an idea saying, "Oh, we should have Hotel California, at this scene," and then they call up, the Eagles.
Yeah, the
they call
Eagles.
up they call up the Eagles, and the Eagles say no, and they're like, "Oh well, we can't use it now. We got to put something else that doesn't fit quite as well." And you know what I mean? So but I feel like they used to be better at that. I don't know. It just
Yeah.
maybe it's just me, but
Maybe
I
they
just
can't
feel like
get
they
the
used
I
to
don't
be
know.
Hollywood used to be
I
better
feel
at
like
that.
I don't watch as many movies as I used to now either. I don't know if that's just I don't know. Well, I've been writing a lot more, so I think that's what happens a lot of times in free time, downtime when I would have gone to read a book or watch a show or movie, now it's like, no, I'm gonna write. That's what I'm gonna do.
Right. Yeah. No, that's healthy. That's good. That's great. I would encourage, especially in this generation where like every 5-year-old has a fucking tablet.
Yeah.
I would encourage that 9 times out of 10 above, watching movies. But that's not to say, see, I think that both movies and video games, they don't rot your brain like they say they do. I think they give you like, especially first of all, video games teach motor and hand-eye coordination skills. Um,
They
but
do.
movies, from especially as an artist, movies teach storytelling. I mean, they and
True.
with a movie, there's every aspect of art. There's music, there's visual art, you know what I mean? There's
Oh, yeah.
uh the way, I mean,
The
actor
cinematography. Yeah.
you can consider actors' lines spoken word in a way, because what is spoken word if not
And a lot
written
of times
dialogue to make you feel an emotion, or
that's what I'm trying to do when I write. Like I visualize like a scene, like I'm watching a movie. I see that and then I try to convey it in words to the reader.
yeah. Yeah, no, and I think that's any art is art that can reach out and grab you, and not capture not just your attention but your emotions.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there is, like I said, there is an argument to be made for movies and video games like giving us value, but I would also say that the fact that you spend most of your time with pen and paper is much more healthy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I used to read a lot, like a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. I just feel like I've read everything. I know that's not true, but
Yeah. I've been a big, and that's not to say I haven't read a lot. I have also read physical books quite a lot, but I have been a member of Audible since
Mhm.
2012, and I have 146 titles on there. Now, okay,
Wow.
my mom, okay, it's my account now. My mom has passed away, and I took over the account. My mom started the account back in 2012. And we have all the Harry Potter books, all the Dresden Files books, all the Hunger Games books. I mean, any major fantasy or sci-fi series that you could probably name, we have the series, we have the complete series. I have the Hobbit and the first, I guess, if you if you're not a real nerd, you call them the first two Lord of the Rings books, but if you're a real nerd, you know that it's all one book. Um
Right.
and that got split into 3 parts. But I have the first 2 parts of the Lord of the Rings trilogy on Audible as well. On Audible as well. But yeah, no,
My
it's just, it's been such a great tool for me too. And I think the verbal performance. There's much to be said for verbal performance as there is, that's an actual talent, and it's very,
Oh yeah.
it's very unique, and the people that can make their voices like do those, you know what I mean? Like I can't even do a British accent,
Oh gosh. No, let me tell I just saw my 12-year-old in the play that they were in, and I'm like, I don't even recognize this voice that they did, and they kept it up for the entire play too. So it was awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, I wanted to before we get too far, I wanted to get these other guys up here to
Yeah.
see what they thought. Because we tend to talk.
Yes, we tell.
It reminded me of an episode of the old show Night Gallery, which was a show that Rod Serling did after the Twilight Zone, where he'd have the painting, and this would just be a picture of headlights approaching out of the darkness.
Yeah.
I like that.
I love
That would
those
be a
shows.
cool.
And if you guys
No, I
haven't
just- I
seen
like-
Night Gallery, it's worth looking out for. It was a lot of fun. Not
think-
as lauded as Twilight Zone, but still a good show.
I think your story has like a bit of a David Lynch feel to it, but scarier, not as quirky. Like there's that same vibe to it, but honestly, that is one of my biggest fears. I used to have reoccurring nightmares that I would hit somebody in my car. And when my son was little, when he was a toddler, he loved to literally escape out of the house at weird hours. I mean, I had to sleep in his room because he was a little, escape artist.
Escape artist. Yep.
He was just curious, and he would get up in the middle of the night and literally sneak out the front door. I was on a seizure medication
Terrifying.
that gave me something called Alice in Wonderland syndrome. It's a terrible side effect where you are awake, but you're also dreaming.
Right.
Like almost like sleep paralysis.
Yeah,
like
sleepwalking.
But you're halfway awake and you're halfway asleep. Like you can still interact with people, you can still see, but your brain is still halfway dreaming.
Like
I
that
got up in the
Datura
middle
shit.
of the night and was walking down 71 highway looking for my son because I thought that I had followed him out the door and couldn't catch up to him, and that he was walking down the highway. And I had a police officer pull over, and I told him my toddler was walking down the highway and I can't find him. This dude,
You should write a story about that.
highway. No, it's terrifying. This dude shut down the highway and we were frantically looking for my son.
Oh my God.
And then my then husband, my ex-husband, had gotten up and realized I was missing from the house, but our son was right there, and he called the police saying, "It's 3 a.m. and my wife is missing." And he gave him a description.
They're like, here she is.
in her nightgown walking down the highway.
Oh,
Wow.
And I mean,
that's
in my mind. I saw him weaving in and out of cars, and like, oh my gosh, like your story, I was having total flashbacks, and I'm like, oh my God, that's terrifying.
My mom was on a lot of medication because she was very sick, but I believe it was mostly the prednisone, which was a steroid that she took for her lungs that caused her to have crazy dreams. And occasionally, when mixed with alcohol, it can have even worse effects to the point where you're sleepwalking, much like that, but having like lucid dreams.
dreaming.
Yeah, and we laugh about it. And like there was this one time where she was like, she came downstairs and she had this kind, like it was kind of like a multi-tool knife kind of thing in her hand, and she was trying to protect us from the werewolves. And I It was because she like I said, we had Audible, and she had fallen asleep listening to, and I discovered this later. Like, I looked at her phone and I found that it was the Dresden Files books that relates to werewolves. I believe it's the second book or whatever. And I was like, oh, that must have been where her brain got the werewolf thing from. But like, she came downstairs ready for fucking war, dude. She was like, the werewolves, and this became a reoccurring thing. Like, and I don't know if I was the only one here when she like wanted to battle, but there was another time my sister came up to her and I don't know if she grabbed my sister or she just sat up and like looked at my sister and was like, we have to get away from the werewolves and the fairies are coming or something. She's like, the fairies are coming. The werewolf, like, she was always fantasy shit with her because she was always listening and watching fantasy stuff. But it was like and her, I don't even know what type of dreams she must have been having if that's the stuff that was coming out lucidly. But she like these
crazy dreams.
These like, and that was just prednisone. That was, I mean, it might have been, some effect of, other things that were going on as well. But yeah, they can have some crazy shit.
I think
Like,
that's so intense about her story is it feels like a terrible lucid dream. Like, it feels like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that you structure your words builds such a real but surreal environment. I mean, like, I could see it. I could feel the bump. I was anxious just listening to it. And that, I think, is something you get from reading and writing more than you'll ever get from a movie, because someone had to write these words in a way that somebody could act them out physically. So you have to know how to structure a sentence and place emphasis and certain words in the right combination to build that kind of a imagery in somebody's mind.
Yeah.
Right.
Building
I think if you ever go back and edit this, have the cassette player eat the goddamn tape right before she sees the kid.
Oh, yes.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
Very Stephen King too. I love that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything just kind of. Yeah.
It does, like I was saying before, it has, Shannon's right, it has like a very movie quality to it. Like, it puts you in the movie in your head, and it like, it's like you're watching a movie. Very cinematic for sure.
It's always the goal. Yeah.
Robert, you had something you want to add?
Yeah, it's like an urban myth in a way, like don't go down that road. The little girl is there, she'll get you, don't go that way.
Yeah.
And you got like halfway through, and I kept thinking, she's gonna appear in the back seat. I know it. And when
that's what I thought too. Yeah.
Yeah. When she finally popped up, I'm like, yes, I knew it. And I was thinking about this documentary. I forgot the title. Something about like why we're scared of like spooky children and like children's toys and
like those nesting dolls. Oh, those creepy like little nesting dolls. Those are
yeah, that was on
those glass dolls. Yeah,
on my mind.
What did they say? Why?
Yeah,
why are
I'm curious.
Something about the corruption of innocence.
Yeah.
Which
that's a huge
that makes sense.
theme. That's a huge recurring theme in Stephen King's work. It's always like the kids, like in it's the a lot of his stuff focuses on the innocent children, or the ones that get drawn into all this.
Yeah, I've read all his stuff.
Yeah. But no, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you for sharing that with us. Stick around if you can, and it's getting late, but if you can stick around for the end of the show, great. If not, it's been wonderful having you here. And I'll see you again shortly. All right, that's gonna bring us back around to Mr. Kevin here. What you got for us?
This is an unpublished piece that's set in the same world that Martin inhabits, and it's called Mean Genie. Oh, and
Mean
I have
Genie.
a version of Dollar General in this world called Dollar Bills.
Okay, cool. Some representation. All right, I'll drop myself out of here.
I thought of that when you said you worked at Dollar General. I'm like, okay, well, he's real similar to the protagonist
Cool,
in this one.
cool. All right.
Clarence sat down on the sofa, exhausted. The cashier job at Dollar Bills was not hard, but after 12 hours it wore a man down. He stared into space for a moment, then pulled a skinny and rumpled Ziploc bag from his pocket and dropped it onto the coffee table. The coffee table was old and battered, the sofa was old and battered, and the Ziploc of weed was battered, the final dregs of a scrawny eighth bag. Clarence sighed and emptied the contents onto a saucer beside a pack of orange zigzags. 3 last papers hung half in and half out of the packet. The bag had been half stems and seeds to start with, the same shitty brick Mexican that had been 40 a quarter for ages, and Clarence couldn't even afford that. A $20 bag was what he could afford, and Larry didn't put the best in the 20 bag. Worse yet, Larry was the only real connection Clarence had left, and worse than that, Larry was in a county lockup 150 miles away because he fell for one of those internet stings where the cops pretend to be a middle school girl. No chance of finding any, and the point was moot because he was dead broke. Clarence carefully separated the flakes of dope from the stems, loading his paltry harvest into the crease of paper. His supply ended at the halfway mark. He began crushing the seeds and pulling anything he could from his generous supply of stems. He finally succeeded in rolling a toothpick thin and very dubious-looking joint. He had tried inviting a coworker over, a 40-something divorcee named Jean that he thought might fuck him if he got her high. She had answered him with a look of bemused disgust that was orders of magnitude worse than a simple no. That joint wasn't big enough to get a toddler high. At least he'd been spared that humiliation. He tried to draw through it, but could not. He bit the end off, a tough little nub of twisted paper. Better. His lighter sparked, and finally yielded up a small bluish flame. He lit the joint and toked, tasting mostly paper. He smoked it down to a roach and sat on the couch, waiting for the head change. Nothing. Of course not. The weed was shit anyway, and there was hardly any of it. He sat the roach in the ashtray and sank into the couch in a state of disgust and despair. He hadn't gotten laid in how long? Long enough that thinking about it didn't pay. This wasn't for lack of trying. He was just in a record-shattering slump. This latest failure was particularly galling. Jean was a notorious slut, and he had reckoned her as a sure thing. She was the glass he was trying to break in case of emergency, and the glass had turned out to be shatterproof. No pussy, no dope. Payday not for another 4 days, and not much in the pantry except for ramen noodles and a few cans of tuna. He had unplugged the empty refrigerator to save money on the electric bill when he ran out of beer a few days before. The Spartan condition of his living room reflected his poverty. An old tube-type TV with a wooden cabinet, a cheap DVD player perched atop the unit, threadbare carpet, blinds that hung filthy and catawampus above the ancient window glass. The walls were bare of any decoration. The coffee table sported empty spaces with cobwebs and thick dust. The only item that might answer as a decoration was a metal lamp, which sat opposite the remains of his dope. Clarence had found it on an acid trip. He had gone into the kitchen pantry, a vast affair nearly big enough to be a bedroom, and observed how sturdy the shelves were that ran floor to ceiling in that space. He had climbed them and pushed against the wall at the very top shelf had been the lamp. He had placed it on the coffee table, put Pink Floyd The Wall in the DVD player, and more or less ignored it ever since. But now it had his attention. The shape was just like the ones in the cartoons or the kids' books, the Aladdin-style lamp that you rubbed to release a genie. Those were always depicted as being so large they needed to be held with both hands. This was half that size. This lamp was also clearly a cheap piece of work. The plating was dull and unreflective, and in many places abraded away, revealing an ugly gray tin beneath. There was a lid, and it looked like it might open, but Clarence had never been able to budge it, and he supposed it was simply cast in place. There were words stamped on the bottom in what appeared to be Arabic. Clarence was damned if he knew. And it was dented in a few spots, and weighed hardly anything at all. No money, no pussy, no dope, no hope. He shook his head, and then stared at the lamp. Clarence had never had a lucky break in his life. He knew he could spend $1,000 a day on lottery tickets for 1,000,000 years and never hit a winner. He knew that genies didn't come out of lamps, and it was stupid to try. He didn't even have a buzz on to help him believe in that shit anyway. Oh, well, fuck it. Why not? Clarence picked the lamp up, stood, and raised it above his head and rubbed it. Genie, I release you. The lamp grew hot to the touch and began to shake. Clarence shouted, Fuck! The lamp dropped from his hands and bounced off the floor. Black smoke, thick like the exhaust from a ragged-out diesel engine, belched out and filled the room. The smoke smelled of both patchouli and sulfur, and it made his eyes sting in water so badly he couldn't see, and he had to sit down. A sound like a strong wind rattling the apartment building drowned out the normal sounds of the day. Clarence sat rubbing his eyes and coughing. The smoke and the sound died off, and when his vision cleared, he realized he was no longer alone. A genie with candy apple red skin and a purple mullet wearing a denim vest sat on the couch beside him. He was flashing a smile that appeared to have a few too many teeth from behind a goatee. Motherfucker, the genie said. I thought nobody was ever going to figure this shit out. Done been 7 dumbass mortals had this lamp and not one tried. Until you. Lucky number 8. Clarence tried to speak. Could not. Tried again. Could not again. He trembled in terror and cowered away. Chill, bro. We're all good. He extended his hand, palm upward. Come on. Give me 5. Clarence gave the offered palm a light slap. The flesh felt as hard as granite, and the nails on the fingers were black and followed the points in the way that long-time fingerstyle guitarists sometimes wore them. He observed the genie had 5 fingers and 1 thumb, which just creeped him out even more. The genie looked at the sad little roach in the ashtray, a pitiful scrap hardly bigger than a crab louse. Dude. He looked Clarence dead in the eye, and Clarence observed that the genie's eyes were not quite human. Check this shit out. He stuck his thumb and the larger of his 2 forefingers into the front pocket of his vest. He began pulling a bud out, and like a magician's trick, it just kept coming and coming, a single giant bud a foot long. Behold, Big Bud. He snatched up the last 2 rolling papers, licked one, and stuck the other to it. What say we make a big joint? Clarence felt better. The genie handed him the bud. Go ahead, check this shit out. Clarence took it. The bud had some weight to it. It was so immense. He saw not a single seed anywhere. The bud was covered with purple and red and golden strands and sparkled with crystals. The smell was intense, floral, with that strong skunk character that Clarence knew the really good dope had. This was a stoner's dream of the perfect bud made real. The genie took the bud back and began breaking up bits to fill the joint. His hands moved swiftly, an inhuman blur of motion. He raised the joint to his lips and gave it a light lick across the seam. The finished product was as big around as a kazoo. He placed it in his mouth, and fire ignited from his thumb to light it. He took a long, slow toke and handed it to Clarence. Clarence took a deep toke, and it started kicking his ass before he even got done holding the smoke. His whole body felt like it was vibrating. He heard strange tones in his head that built into a steady, pulsing drone. He exhaled. The tears of the souls in purgatory come down and form clouds, said the genie, as he took the joint back and hit it. The clouds rain down and water the plants, and that's what makes the weed so badass. Clarence nodded. The words rattled around in his head. Clouds and rain. That was it. He spaced off. An elbow to the ribs. Here. Clarence took the joint and hit it again. He was higher than he'd ever been in his life. His mind was a frothing jumble of nonsense, slipping from incoherent thought to incoherent thought like a TV randomly cycling through channels. The last mortal I got high with quit after 2 tokes. The genie's face looked thoughtful, and I respected that, for real. I respected that like a motherfucker. Clarence felt a slight rush of pride. He had done 2 tokes too. But I think you were a champion, Clarence. He offered the joint again. Are you going to stop where the last guy fell out, or are you going to make a name for yourself? He took the joint and peered out at it from behind eyes as red and squinty as those of Count Dracula. Clarence grabbed the joint and took the longest and deepest toke he had ever attempted in his life. His lungs burned from the effort, and he went into spasms of coughing. He had been on a plateau. Now he was floating in outer space. Clarence didn't know a high this intense existed. His was a chalice that he did not know was empty until it was filled. There was a hissing sound as the genie put the joint out on his tongue and slipped it into his vest. Damn, you don't fuck around, my man. Triple hit, Clarence, that's what I'm gonna call you. The genie waved his hand in front of Clarence's face and laughed. You are more fucked upper than a motherfucker. Clarence blinked and came to a little bit. Yeah, the genie leaned back. I got a good buzz going myself. I felt like I ought to smoke you down since you were cool enough to spring me out of that goddamn lamp. He pulled out a pack of cools and stuck two of them in his mouth. They lit themselves. He handed one to Clarence. He took it in a slow daze. You get one wish. That's the deal, just like in the stories. Name it. It's yours. Clarence's mind reeled at the possibilities. There was so much stuff that he wanted. He almost asked for $1 million in the bank, or better yet, in cash, but he hesitated. He didn't want to get ripped off, not by the IRS, and not by the local meth heads that were always breaking into places. He tried to think, but he kept spacing off. I'll bet your wish involves pussy. The genie nodded and smiled. And it's cool. It's actually more common than you think. You've been suffering through a drought, haven't you? Working a shit job with shit wages and living a shit life with no pussy. Don't answer. I'm a genie and I know this kind of shit. Clarence nodded and drooled a little. He concentrated hard. I wish, he said. The genie leaned in, anticipating. You wish for what? Clarence closed his eyes and reached down deep inside for the answer. Clarence's face was red from the effort of concentration. He gritted his teeth, trying to swat the buzz away from his thoughts like a jungle explorer caught in a swarm of mosquitoes. I wish I could get pussy every day. He was wild-eyed. He stood up. Every day. I want pussy every day, and I want the bitches to pay me to fuck 'em. The genie turned and flexed one arm in a silent yes. He slapped his hand together and they boomed like clashing tectonic plates. Salabim, salabam, so it be spoken and so it am. The genie shook Clarence by the hand. Good one, dude. From here on out, you were going to be one pussy getting machine. He put his arm around him. So here's how it works. When a woman that has the money to pay you for it sees you, she'll know. And if she wants to do business, you'll know. You know how? Clarence shook his head. Because you'll be getting a boner. Big old boner like you ain't never had. I call it the money maker. And don't worry, you're going to be able to pay the bills. The genie looked around the shithole and nodded. And then some. Catch you on the flip side, triple hit. The genie winked and was gone. Clarence looked around, uncertain of whether he was awake or dreaming. He wandered around the apartment for a few moments and then lay down on the sofa for a nap and slept for 14 hours. When he awoke, he was even less sure of what had happened. He decided as he dressed for work that it must have been just a very odd dream. Clarence had felt sluggish and groggy for the whole day. He had a low-energy vibe that he had no rational explanation for. By the time 6:45 rolled around and dollar bills was preparing to close for the night, he felt more normal. He stood behind the register and fidgeted, counting down the last stubborn minutes standing between him and the walk home. They only had one customer in the store, a hobbling old granny with a walker who was doddering her way to the counter with the goods in a green plastic dollar bills handbasket. She laid 2 3-packs of D-cell batteries and a box of denture cleanser down for checkout. Clarence scanned them, fully on autopilot. He smiled and tried not to breathe. She was one of those really old ladies that wore adult diapers and smelled like poo. Still have one of those good old transistor radios at home? He dropped the cleanser into the waiting bag. She grinned, displaying a perfect set of fake teeth, and surprised him by grabbing him by the ear and pulling his head closer. No, silly. These are for my vibrator. Clarence nearly gagged. I got it back in 1972. The Apollo 15, they called it. It will take a girl to the moon, she tittered, and it takes 6 D-cell batteries to power it. Clarence pondered the implied size of the vibrator, and then the implication of the implication. He shuddered. He gave her the total. She began writing a check, and when she handed it to him, he noticed that she had circled her phone number. I'll be ready around 7:30. Clarence recoiled with horror as the realization began to set in. His dick was as hard as it had ever been in his life. Clarence wasn't going to call the number which had engraved itself into his mind, seemingly of its own accord. He went home, threw an old, reliable porno in the DVD player, and prepared to handle the problem with the usual method. His penis went limp before he could take it out. He turned the TV off and went to sit down again. The erection returned. He flung his pants down where he stood and grabbed for his manhood, which deflated and hung limply before his hand could touch it. He began to tremble. Oh, fuck. He had no sooner zipped up his slack than his dick instantly returned to its throbbing and turgid state. This was bad. It had all been real. He was getting his wish. He was going to get pussy. He was going to get pussy tonight. In fact, he was going to get pussy within the very hour. But he had not specified good pussy, and what that meant made him lightheaded and weak in the knees. He didn't want to call the number, but he could not stop himself. The phone flashed a message dialing, and she picked up on the first ring. Hey, stud, I'm ready for you. Just come on over. The door's unlocked. She giggled, a wheezing cackle that sounded like a mirthful death rattle. I'll be in the bedroom waiting. Clarence's pecker twitched impatiently, and he stifled a scream as he realized he remembered her address, too. The house was only a mile or so away, and Clarence knew the neighborhood well. Little duplexes built for retired people. They were all identical, built on a horseshoe drive, but he had no trouble and even knew at a glance which one was hers by the single light shining from the side of the unit. An old man with a golf cap was walking his tiny dog down the street with palsied, mincing steps. He nodded in greeting as Clarence passed. He felt shame like a bonfire as he walked up the drive and walked into the darkened front room. Light shone from under a door. Back here, she said. Clarence's penis seemed to be like a compass which pointed him in the direction where his lover lay waiting. He opened the door. She lay naked on the bed, pale and formless and veiny, and Clarence noticed she was clutching her purse to her ample belly. Her body looked like a road map of Georgia with wrinkles. He thought of cement being poured. The bed was an adjustable hospital type with a stainless steel handrail. She grabbed the wired remote and the mattress raised up. The room reeked with the stench of the terminally incontinent, with a background of rose-scented air freshener which could not and would never win the battle it was called on to wage. She smiled as coyly as she could. Clarence's eyes strayed to her dresser for a brief second, and he wondered, what does she need with such a gigantic thermos? And realized that this was the fabulous Apollo 15. She opened her purse and laid $100 bill on the nightstand. I want you to wear me out all night long. He felt his sanity wavering as his penis throbbed with anticipation his brain did not share. But first, she said, opening her legs to reveal something that looked like the Lincoln Tunnel wearing a wig, I need you to eat it real good. The rest was too awful to tell, but his erection never wavered until she got her money's worth, and only then did his traitor his penis grant him mercy. Clarence spent the next few days brushing his teeth and gargling incessantly, but nothing seemed to get the wretched taste out of his mouth, nor did he ever seem to ever find the end of the long, disgusting pubes he kept discovering in his teeth. Maybe that was the only time. One and done, he thought. The thought cheered him up somewhat. Maybe the whole thing was just an aberration, a particularly vivid delusion followed by a perverse encounter best forgotten. He pulled a beer out of the fridge. He had 2 cases on hand and twisted the top off. The wonderful aroma of hops and the taste of the cold brew briefly erased the more horrid aftertaste he had been suffering through. Bad pussy backwash, he thought, and cursed his brain for betraying him by even referencing it. He heard the sound of gravel crunching from behind the apartment building and without thought looked out the back window to discover the source. An electric scooter piloted by a gigantic diabetic white whale of a woman slowly rolled down the gravel alley. One of her legs had been amputated at the knee, leaving a puckered stump. She wore a dirty pink tank top that ended right below her freakishly small and misshapen breast, revealing a waterfall of fat rolls. Clarence threw up in his mouth as she lifted up one of the rolls, withdrew a sandwich, and took a bite. He staggered to the sink and spat out the thin, acidic vomit. He ran the sink and scooped water into his mouth with his hands to rinse it out. He could hear the overloaded scooter, motor struggling, wheels fighting the loose gravel. Without thinking, he glanced out the window again. His heart nearly stopped. Please, God. Please. No. But his prayers were not heard, for she was staring back at him from the alley with a knowing smile, and his penis had jumped to attention like an angry God. In a place far away where timeless parapets strained toward an orange sky that glowed like embers shot through with purple stars, a genie took an enormous hit from a bong that stood 10 feet tall and laughed uproariously. Mortals, he thought, dumber than a motherfucker.
Dude, that is one of the coolest stories I have ever heard, not just on this podcast, heard, period. That was fucking awesome.
That was my late 420 entry.
Yo, We had a 420 episode a couple weeks back. You should have been on it.
Oh yeah, I wasn't able to. I had too much going on. But yeah, this is the late 420.
There you go. A little excerpt, a little a pro or no, not prologue, the epilogue, a little epilogue to the 420 episode. But no, that was I was saying, me and Brandon were sitting here laughing our fucking ass off the whole time. I have to say that is the coolest take on a genie ever, and I love everything about it. Fucking eight or 7 motherfuckers have this motherfucker by now, and they ain't open this shit. Oh man, no, and that shit went bad quick. Like, and when I didn't think it could get any worse, he started picking pubes out of his teeth. Like, I was sitting here looking at Brandon. I'm like, dude, it just gets worse and worse. And I knew by the title, like Mean Genie, like I knew the type of, especially when he popped out of the bottle, like I knew what type of fucking guy he was gonna be, but I didn't expect it to get that bad. Like it, and then I think what made it so bad was or good, like bad in a good way, but I think what made it so crazy was the description. Especially when it came to bodily parts, like I liked right at the end there where he's like his penis came to attention again like an angry god. Like I was just like, they got me, an angry god. and yeah, just the way you described you got Brandon is dying over here. He can't even control himself. He is dying. But no, your description of like, I mean, just everything, but particularly the sexual organs, like it was just, I was just dying. It was I was cracking up. And it reminded me recently of I watched a show recently that if no one's watched it, I highly recommend it. It's fucked up, but it's great. It's called Baby Reindeer, and in it there's a moment where they refer to a woman's genitalia, and I'm just quoting here, so don't clip me, but they refer to a woman's genitalia as meat curtains. And it was very like shock and awe. Like when they said it, it was very shock and awe. It just like caught me off guard, and it kind of like, in the same way, it had that same kind of shock and awe value to it. But overall, man, it was just like the dopest, no pun intended, the dopest story I've ever had on here. Like it just, I mean, I don't think. I think that it was part of me at the beginning too was thinking that, you know, the genie most likely, you know, got him super stoned on purpose so that he would wish for something stupid. So
right. That's the whole thing. You know, I mean, if you party at all, you've either done it to somebody or watched it done, where you're getting somebody incredibly wasted just to wind them up and watch them run off like a toy, you know?
Right.
You know, don't worry, we won't get you too fucked up. Well, that's always a lie. Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now, hey, no, just one beer. Come on. We'll just have one beer.
Yeah, just smoke one bowl.
No, yeah. Just I don't think that I have ever offered my friend like, hey, you want to smoke a bowl? And I don't think we've ever smoked just one. Brandon, I'm pretty sure every time I ask you if you want to smoke a bowl, we're sitting there for like half an hour just yeah. But no, I just overall, man, like in the personality of the genie too. And I've seen the most famous thing that people obviously think of is Aladdin, and that's been done two different ways. You know, Will Smith and then Robin Williams, which is obviously the better version. But they're both great and unique in their own ways. But that's what most people think of when they think of genie. But I've seen quite a few TV series and at least 1 or 2 movies that I can think of right now with very different depictions of genies, and that was definitely next to Robin Williams. That was my favorite. Next to Robin Williams, that was definitely my favorite depiction of a genie, and it even had some kind like it had a kind of Robin Williams esque vibe to it in a way because like undeniably Robin Williams genie was a fucking gangster. That guy was a fucking gangster. He might have been nice and obviously Disneyified, but like it came off as like his kind of like doper cousin or whatever, you know. Robin Williams, what Robin or Bob Williams. Bob Williams. Yeah, it was that best depiction of a genie I've seen outside of Robin Williams, and just fantastic execution of just the character and the characters and how they're portrayed and their different voices and how they really like just pop off the fucking page and just flawless all around. It was great. It was so amazing to listen to.
Well, thank you. Of course, I got to point out, Clarence is a dick. He deserves everything he gets.
No, yeah. That's actually another thing that I did. I forgot to
I mean,
mention.
it's at the heart of it, and this is the intent. This is like the most vulgar morality tale that you could have a nightmare about.
Yeah. And it kind of strikes the same chord as kind of like some of those old like folk tales, like old like Aesop's folk, folk tales where they're like I mean like this one little one that my mom used to tell me that I used to tell to my little sister too, and is what is it? It's Little Bunny Foo Foo, and it's just this little bunny who goes through the garden and he's like beating up lawn gnomes and shit, and the fairy's like, "Yo, you got to stop doing that." And he doesn't stop doing it, and then he turns him into a goon. And the moral of the story is hair today, goon tomorrow, and it's kind of supposed to be a pun, but it's like it's one of those, it's one of those like silly Aesop's fable, but it kind of reminds me of like one of those tales it's like meant to teach a lesson, meant to scare a kid or in this case a shithead adult into making better choices with their life.
Well, I mean, Clarence is just all about his own gratification. That's all anything exists for this guy, or at least that's the way I was trying to depict him. There's no silver lining to this guy. He's a cloud.
Yeah. Well, I mean, R.I.P. to Clarence. Good luck wherever he may be, whatever he may be doing with his oodles of pussy.
None of it any good.
I'm gonna get it didn't do him any good, did it? No, I'm gonna get these other artists up here to see what they think. What do you guys think?
I mean, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
I loved it. And I really like this. It's very much a Clarence viewed the woman as an object, and now he gets treated as an object, and it's not so much fun. So I really like that.
Desserts.
Yeah, it really was. And I knew because I write a lot of this is one of my favorite things to do. I write a lot of magic and things in my stories, like this whole like never trust a demon, or like with my witches, especially when they're like captured and they have to craft the spell for the humans. I always put these loopholes, like, and that is one of the lines that I always have somewhere in there, is like stupid mortals, like they never think the things through. They leave loopholes. They don't, they're not thorough enough in the request. So it leaves these openings. So I knew it when he made the wish. I was like, oh, it's not going to be the way he wants it though, because he didn't clarify like what. Yeah. So, and also in the beginning though, one of the things I found humorous was every time the list of what he doesn't have, every time that comes up, the list gets longer. That was great.
Yeah.
But yeah, this whole kind of like, yeah. No, but I really love the, just the getting basically on the wrong side of the thing. Like, I absolutely agree. He deserved it.
Yeah.
You're so good at
Clarence
writing those
has-
gross details.
Yeah.
Yes. Clarence has no redeeming quality as a character. So
No, he
there
doesn't.
was no sympathy here. And I think even if Stephen King snorted Viagra before he wrote needless things or needful things, like he couldn't even come close to what you just pointed out. It my God, you're a fucking genius. Oh my God. I mean, I'm a CNA. I keep saying that, but we deal with a lot of old people and shit and their body parts. And again, for like the fifth time tonight listening to this show, I'm having extremely visceral reactions to somebody's writing. And wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was fantastic. One of the
Hospital
best.
bed. Ugh, and the smell. I can smell it. It's probably still on my clothes.
Can you still smell the butt plugs?
Yes.
Another thing, I had to say the erection itself, the way it keeps coming back. It's like the
Like an
cursed
angry
object
god.
that you can't get rid of, like the Jumanji game. You go like, or any kind of cursed object where you're like, you try to get rid of it, you bury it, you throw it away, you give it away, you sell it, and then you turn around and it's on your kitchen counter. Like, it just keeps coming back.
The click remote. Yeah.
Well, there's his dick again.
There it is.
Oh,
No getting
man.
away from it, no matter
I
what
feel
you
like
do.
that. I feel like that would get him in. Like,
Oh.
I feel like that would get him in trouble. No, like not.
Right.
Would that get? Wouldn't that get him in trouble with males though? Because yeah, girls are all over him, but males are still like, yo, why is your dick all in my business?
Why are you talking to my grandma like that, bro?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You're talking like grandma like that.
Oh God.
Mm.
Robert, did you? Yeah.
Yeah. I laughed the whole time, and I like how you're taking like mystical figures like Legba and Genie, and give them very human, not so nice personalities. It makes them feel real, and um, and I think you're proof that it's possible to write about stuff like butt plugs and this awful man
Angry God erections.
and write it well.
Yes,
So
absolutely. You have that down.
it's fun.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Like I said, one of my favorite stories I've heard on here to date. It's just fantastic, fucking tastic. Well done. Like Shannon said, you are a genius. Thank you for sharing that. If you can stick around to the end of the show, we got four, counting me, four more stories for you. Wait, yeah, no, three counting me. Sorry, three more stories for you guys. And then we're gonna end the night. And mine, I'm getting less and less sure about mine as it goes on because these people are just so fucking talented. I think that's gonna bring us back to Robert Doe. What you got? What's next for us? Crag Island.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. About 2 pages from Crag Island.
All right, cool. This is a little sneak peek of the new thing coming out in July.
Yep. Aiming for July 18th.
July 18th. All right. Tentative release date, July 18th. Y'all go check that out.
Yep. All right. Okay. Philip reached into his shirt pocket and took out a tiny tin whistle. He played a quick tune, then put the whistle away again. He waited. Dear Philip, it is. Yes, Millie? Indeed, it is. Philip couldn't see them yet, but knew he was being observed. They were toying with him, remaining invisible while letting him hear them. Typical fairies, always vying for the upper hand in any situation. Ladies, called Philip, I'd like to parley, if you don't mind. A sunspot flashed by the left wall. Then it wasn't a spot anymore. Petite wings took its place, flapping ever faster. From a short distance, one could easily mistake it for a hummingbird. When he looked forward again, two more shapes had appeared, flapping incessantly in the air. Millie, Molly, and Maeve, inmates 26, 27, 28. Good day, ladies, Philip said. Handsome as ever, said Molly. Such sweet eyes, said Millie. Marvelous hair, said Molly. So well endowed, said Maeve. Fairies are tricky. Although they are inherently non-violent, one must always observe proper manners while speaking to them. Terrible things happen to humans who behave rudely in the presence of the little folk. Philip always tried to remind himself of this when he spoke to these ladies. Millie and Molly were almost identical. They were the same size and both had wavy blonde hair and azure eyes. But Millie always wore blue rags and Millie preferred green. It was the only way he could tell the difference. Confusing one for the other could get him into a lot of trouble. Maeve was the odd one out. As opposed to the clear-colored dragonfly wings of her friends, Maeve's wings were bright green and leafy. Her hair was red, and she wore faded purple cloth that Philip thought was an old scrap of curtain. What disturbed Philip most was that Maeve's eyes never stopped moving, refusing to look at one point for more than a second or two. Ladies, said Philip, flattering as you are, I came here to discuss something with you. Yes, they asked in unison. I'd like to ask your assistance in finding Cedric. They all quickly flitted together to form a small huddle, glittering somehow through their prison clothes, as if they had shining scales underneath. Then Millie spoke. Yes, we can find where he is. Philip nodded. I never doubted it. Would you be so kind as to tell me where I can find him? So tall, said Molly. Strong hands, said Millie. A hawk's nose, said Maeve. This was what he'd expected. The ladies would never give unless they could get in return. It was time to make a deal. He would have to tread carefully. Fairies take deals seriously, and Philip didn't dare make any promises he couldn't keep. And if you were inclined to help me, what would you lovely stars like me to do for you? Philip heard the faintest of giggles pass between them. Open the window, said Molly. Dear Molly, said Philip, you know I can't do that. A choice like that is up to the warden. I'm not authorized to decide when you fly free. I did nothing, spat Millie. That man in Aberdeen disagrees with you, my dear Millie. As I understand it, he is still a goat. Your spell isn't estimated to wear off for the next 3 years. Millie made a hump gesture with her tiny shoulders, wings drooping as she did so. And, Lady Maeve, said Philip, you knew perfectly well that brewing love potions inside British territory is illegal. He is still mine, said Maeve, a crooked smile on her too wide lips. I am prepared to meet your needs, ladies, but only if we can deal in reality. Inmates 26, 27, and 28 conferred one more time. Then Molly spoke. Reduced sentences, 5 years each. That's it.
Dude, that was awesome. I was it took me a second because I was kind of like, chilling back, locked in with the story, and just that is my kind of story, man. It has I talk a lot about the Dresden Files. I don't know if you're familiar with them.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it has a
Love it.
very, very Dresden-esque quality, especially with the way you depicted the Fae and their kind of toxicity and their knack for deals, and kind of weaseling out of deals and weaseling, they're screwing people over, much like genies. They're I love any work of fiction that depicts the Fae, or the little folk or the fair folk or whatever you may call them. But yeah, it had a very Dresden-esque quality, which is, like I said, my favorite book series of all time. So that's a big
That's great,
compliment
Thank
on
you.
my part. And yeah, I just I love the character description and the personality, like I said, of the Fae, but of the main character also, and how he deals with them and kind of works around their bullshit. And it's like, no, listen, this is how it's gonna fucking be. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, no, it's very like I said, very Dresden-esque, and I applaud that. It's awesome. I really liked it.
Thank you.
And I can't wait to hear more of it. Come this July for sure.
Yep. Coming soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring everybody else up to see what they thought about it.
Oops.
Angela, what'd you think?
I love anything with the magical creatures, fairies, genies, demons, witches, and I really like how careful he's going, because that's the way I always write my magical creatures too. Like, if you're not careful, you're going to get the opposite of what you actually ask them for. Like, you've got to be thorough, you've got to be careful, because the magical loopholes are my favorite thing. Like, they technically fulfill the terms, but they will fuck you over if they can.
Right. Oh
So,
yeah.
and actually, I'm very interested too in the magical jail. Like, how do you keep a magical creatures in jail? Like, there has to be magical wards, or like some
With
I don't know.
fairies, you
Like,
use
that's, yeah.
iron bars.
And then, like, what kind of land is this where, these, like, what is exactly, it's illegal to, love potions are illegal, like, is all magic illegal, or just certain
Right.
things, or the fairies,
how does it get regulated? Yeah.
yeah, and is it all magic that's bad, or do we just like target the magic that fairies do, because maybe this is a universe where they're targeted and discriminated against? I don't know. I have a lot of questions, so I would read to
We
find.
had a real quick. I just we had a comment a second ago. I just
Make a rhyme.
make a rhyme about Hitler, yo.
What?
What?
No.
Where did that come
Yeah,
from?
okay, somebody
I'm
wants
not going to do that.
I'm not quite sure who that user is, but I What? What'd you say? Oh yeah. I don't. Anyway, just whatever. We'll just.
Nobody
Brandon?
wants to freestyle right quick.
Sure.
No, I don't. I can't think of anything that rhymes with Hitler. To be honest,
Hitler is a bitch.
I can't say that I've never done it though. I believe that I have probably put Hitler in a rhyme at some point. So you're gonna have to go check out my catalog if you want to see that. Anyway, that was a very random question.
History is dank.
Request I would
Hitler
say.
in a boat
But hey,
rowing down the
you-
Rhine. He's going to shit in your mama's vagina.
Holy shit!
There you go.
Oh, yo, coming out here dropping bars for days.
How
Oh,
do you
man.
do this? I want to like dissect your brain and play with it.
Oh man.
Holy crap!
Well, I don't think anything I can say that can top that. So well done, fantastic. And well, we
Why
did
would
say
you
we
want
would,
such a rhyme? I don't know. That's
I don't know. We did say we'd answer comments or questions. I wasn't quite the ones I was
You didn't
expecting.
specify relevant ones, so see,
Hey,
loop.
you know what? Whatever. Hey, exactly. Hey, you know what? That's hey, I did it to myself. I did the old genie trick on myself. Well, that being said, thank you very much for sharing that with us and for being on the show. If you can, like I said, stick around to the end of the show, just so I could say goodbye and thank you again. And yeah, we're gonna move on to Miss Shannon, and then I'm gonna attempt to do something, and we'll see how that goes. And yeah, so Shannon, what do you have for us?
Oh man, I'm like you. I'm like I don't know if I can follow any of that. God,
Yeah.
I mean, everybody tonight has absolutely blown me away. His story about with the fairies. I actually have several fairy tattoos on my back, and the way he described one of them, Maeve describes Grace, who's on my back. And it's like,
Oh,
wow,
that's cool.
love that.
That's cool. Yeah, my mom, she only had 2 tattoos, but for most of her life, she only had one. She got her second one when she was like 35 or something. But it was a fairy on her ankle. And I liked his depiction of Maeve too. Because it reminded me of like a very like either a tattoo or maybe like a like glass stain painting or something. But also
Yeah.
there's oh, hey, Roth Ritchie. Okay. Bye. Roth Ritchie is one of my high school English teachers actually. Um so hello and thank you
awesome.
for teaching me and giving me an award in 9th grade.
What an
I
awesome-
really appreciated all your help. And yeah, he was one of the coolest teachers I had. He was honestly really cool. So I don't know if he remembers me, but shout out to him. Anyway, but yeah, no, I his description of Maeve was also like there's a character named Maeve in the Dresden Files I was talking about, but like his was like I love how he flipped it and didn't like use the same description or the same like personality. It was kind of like his own take on Maeve. Which is Maeve is actually a same thing with Mab has been used in multiple like stories of folklore throughout the centuries. I think one of the first mentions of Mab, however, was from Shakespeare, if I'm not mistaken, in Romeo and Juliet, but I could be completely fucking wrong about that. But yeah, no,
I'm not sure either.
I agree with you. I loved his description and his of the fairies. It was awesome. Fairies are some of my favorite fictional characters to have in
Same.
stories.
Yeah.
And I'm actually that's one of the reasons I don't know if I can follow tonight because like so the majority of the fiction that I wrote was like fantasy or whatever. But
Wait,
then I
was
did a
it the
little bit
thing that you sent me?
so that is the thing I'm gonna do tonight.
No,
And
you know what? Do
that's-
it. Do
So
it. I
I am,
freaking love it.
and it's
Like
but
it
I,
fits the
it is
tone.
more science fiction though. It is more
It doesn't
science fiction.
matter. It fits the tone. I think it's great. I think
Well, I
everybody
appreciate
wants
it,
to
but
hear it.
thank you. I appreciate it. But first, before we get to that, let's see what you have for us. And then I will follow your amazing work.
Okay. Well, I have two things. Do we have enough time for two things? They're shorter.
I mean, we're already over 3 hours, so in for a penny, in for a whatever, as they
In
say.
for a pound.
Yeah, that pound. Yeah, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Let's
Okay.
go for it.
I'll just kind of do them
Back to back.
consecutively. Yeah.
All right, cool.
So the first one is called The FEMA Worker, and it's kind of an internalization of, you know, being in a relationship with someone while they go through mental and emotional turmoil, and kind of the weight of it all. So yeah, it's called The FEMA Worker. All those years I was trapped in my past traumas in a body that was crumbling under the weight of it. The loneliness and fear I toiled and struggled under, that debris became my catalyst for change. I could hear you calling down to me. I can't get to you, climb up to me. I'll be here. I need you here with me. So I climbed and I dug my way out. I lost limbs and layers of flesh, and I emerged raw and twisted. It took me some time to heal enough to be touched without recoiling in pain, but I did it for you. For the first time in a while, I found myself reaching for you to touch me, to hold me as if I was whole, to let me touch you as you wanted me to for so long when I couldn't. But you apparently exhausted all of your desires for me waiting. So we sit here next to one another a million miles apart, and I find myself wondering why I ever came out at all. You're here, you're fine, but you recoil at my touch. Is it pain or is it aversion that keeps you away? At least when I was alone, I could hear you tell me I had someone waiting for me. I had some direction to go. Perhaps I dumped too much of my pain onto you and gave you no room to breathe. Perhaps you had your own troubles to carry while I demanded all of your attention. Perhaps you're buried beneath the weight of everything I forced you to ignore. I'm too tired to crawl backwards, so I guess I'll sit here alone with you until you come back to me or say goodbye. I'm just going to sit here and call you back and hope you fight and dig and climb. I'm not going anywhere, my love, and I will continue to reach out to you and offer to hold you until you feel whole again, even if that means you decide you don't need me, even if coming back doesn't mean to me.
I don't know if I'm supposed to snap or clap. I always get that wrong, but that was
I never get
fantastic.
it right either.
And I something that I don't think I've commented enough, or complimented you enough on is your voice, and just your narration. You're just very good at reading. And like,
Oh,
as somebody who
dude, I
listens
feel
to a
like
lot of,
I sound like crap right now. I've had too much caffeine, so my voice is all wavering.
no, I think that your reading is fantastic. And like, as someone who listens to a lot of Audible, that's something that like I really pay attention to, is like the narration. And it also, like, you know,
And
not
Kevin,
on
you need to read for Audible, period.
you not only yeah, Kevin, for sure, for sure.
Definitely.
Um but not only just like your, your description, but like the way you voice everything brings it to life a lot better than it would, like, just if you read it like a robot, I guess. You're a good narrator is what I'm
Well,
supposed to
thanks.
belabor the
Yeah.
point. But that that was, again, um deep and dark and um very, very poetic, very just I honestly wasn't expecting, like, I wasn't expecting the well, from you, I guess I was, but it kind of took me off guard how, like, how deep it was, and for a second, I was like, it I had to sit back and be like, "Oh, wait, oh, shit. Alright, we're getting real here. We're getting, like, we're getting dark, we're getting deep, we're getting emotional here," and, I like how you're whatever whether you're doing so-called light and fluffy pieces or whatnot, your pieces always seem to take me to that place, and I always seem to get, a deep meaning and um, you know, just
Oh, well, thank
yeah,
you. Yeah,
yeah,
this one, I I wasn't able to kind of build the visual that I would have wanted to have built for it. But I think, the title kind of gives enough of it to show what I mean. But it does feel like when you're in a relationship with anyone and you're going through your own battles and your own trauma, and you're trying to rebuild your life and your emotions, and stabilize your mental health, all of these things you're unpacking, and you're in a relationship, and it is so easy to just dump it all on your person and
yeah,
come out of it and
and that can
realize you've
destroy yeah,
buried them under the weight of your shit, and they never got to exist in their own functioning in their own path.
yeah, and
um
I mean, that can happen, and in I mean, just friendships in general too, like, or I
yeah,
mean, a lot of the time it happens with, like, younger siblings,
yeah,
where you just feel like and I just love, in your piece, how you really conveyed the emotion in that, like, you know, I don't wanna, like, misquote you, but, like, you just really made me feel like, you know, I I'm suffocating
mhm,
in someone else's shadow,
yeah,
really made that sense of, like, not being invisible and being, like,
you're
kept
the
down by someone
yeah,
else's greatness or whatever, and the anxiety that builds, and, and just that just when you when you when you're when potential is, stifled like that and kept bottled up like that, it tends to become volatile.
mhm,
And I mean, it can rear its ugly head in any number of ways. Like, some people become serial killers, and that's because they,
right,
you know what I mean? Like, that kind of shit is not healthy. And to bottle someone else's, um you gotta kind of be aware of the people around you, and the influence you might be having on them, and the impact that, your life might be having on them, because and just
yeah,
make sure that they're like, are you okay? Like, i- are your needs being met enough? Are
right,
you,
right. Am I
yeah,
pulling you down with me
right,
and forcing you to not focus on what you need to focus on because I'm demanding too much of that attention? And that was just, it was kind of a reflection, where, I look at my husband sometimes and I'm like, my God, am I burying you with my shit,
yeah. That is a fear. That is a fear. But I mean, we gotta part of, being in a relationship is kind of just trusting the other person to kind of carry your
to
shit a
be able
little
to,
bit,
and to be
you
able to
and you
voice when
carry
they need some,
right, exactly.
yeah, and to feel
And
safe enough to say, I need you to process this a little bit
right.
on your own. I can't
And
do it
and you
for you.
kinda but at the same time, you also kinda hold each other up, and,
Yeah,
that, you'll be there for each other and
yeah.
while you're
It's just
processing it and
reminding
right.
yourself to keep that
Absolutely.
balance.
Absolutely.
You can't just be lopsided in it.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, do you want me to do the second one? It's a little shorter.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, we'll just get right into it, and then,
Okay.
we'll see what they have to say, and then I'll do my story, and we'll get out.
Okay. Are you still there? Hold on.
Yes, we're still here. I was just taking myself off the thing.
Oh, okay.
We can still hear you.
Okay. Let's see. How do I close it? Okay, so this one I wrote today. It's called Shockwave. And I guess I want to dedicate it to my nephew Tristan. I love you, and just keep riding the shockwave. Today's been horrible, and I'm thinking about you. So this is Shockwave. For this moment, I am fine. I am struggling to process the surreal new life I am about to embark upon. I closed the curtains you left open and turned your TV off. I fed and watered the dog and tripped over your shoes you left in the middle of the room. You were still everywhere around me. The clamor of friends and family rushing in is growing ever louder by the hour, but your voice is still echoing above them all. For now, I am still fine. I can still smell the fast food you ate for dinner and momentarily start to lecture you about your health, and then I stop myself before the tears come. I must stay in this moment. I must stay here where you still are. There will be plenty of time for crying when there's no more messes to clean up, or when the noise of chaos finally goes silent, when the phone company finally gives your number away and your voicemail is replaced by a stranger's answer, when the signs go up in your yard and are eventually taken down, or when I misplace your jacket that still has your grocery list in it. Then there will be time for tears. When I forget again and call you to tell you about my day, or when I am just sure I saw you pass me on the highway, I will allow that pain to grip me, only then. But for right now, I am fine. I am riding the shockwave of disbelief, and I'm going to stay here for as long as I can.
I needed a minute on that one. That one was very emotional. Very, very, very emotional. And I've lost a lot of friends, and one of the closest, obviously, being my mother. Yeah, from the very first line that one had me, I was like, Brandon, give me a fucking cigarette. I can't do this. Um, from the very first line, where you said, I closed the curtains you left open, and just describing just like the I don't know, just the little things that are left behind that are like you don't even really think about until there's no one else to pick them up but you, and because they were just like an everyday part of this person's life, and just yeah, that got me. That got me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's in the beginning, it's the person is so much still there. You're still picking up their shoes, you're turning off the TV, you can still smell the food they ate. It's when those things start to go away that the grief and the pain and the reality of it sets in. After the chaos of funerals and family and all of this support goes quiet, that's when you realize you've lost this presence in your life. There's this empty void that you now have to try and fill, and you can't.
And I love that. I love the depiction of the how you said, like in this moment, I am okay. In this, because the thing is it never. People ask, when does it get better? It doesn't ever get better. It doesn't ever get any less painful. And every time you think about it, it's just as painful
Yeah.
as when it happened.
You never
Um,
heal from loss or
right,
grief. You just learn how to live with it.
right,
And
exactly.
my probably inappropriate coping strategy is when something first happens, there's always that numbness where you're just trying to process it and you're just functioning, and you're going to feel it. It's going to hit you, and it's going to drown you and suffocate you with pain. So when you're in that moment of numbness and the person is still so much there with you before all of the little things start to go away, I cling to that numbness. I ride that shockwave for as long as I can because I know when those tides recede, it's all over. You can't stop it after a certain point. And yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring these other artists up to see what they thought. I think we might have lost Kevin. I think he had to go to bed or something. But
Yeah.
Angela and Robert, what did you guys think?
Yeah, yeah. The shoes, I don't know why I'm stuck on the shoes because my when so I have when I say my mother and stepfather have been married now for so long, like I really consider him my father, but I had a stepfather before him who was killed in a car accident when I was about 14, and that I don't know what it is about the damn shoes. It's so surreal to be standing in a room and I'm looking at these sandals, which were see, and this sticks. I was 14. This is still stuck in my head to this day. Like just looking at these damn sandals that were the most. Those are the shoes he wore the most, and it's just like it's inconceivable. Like he can't be gone. The shoes are right fucking there. His shoes are right there,
Yeah.
and
His
yeah,
feet
and
were
like
just in those.
yes, and like his scent is still in the damn room. Like you can still smell the person. Every
Yeah. You
human
can
being
smell
has
their
a distinct
deodorant and
individual.
their foot smell.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it's surreal. It's like it's not real. Like you just can't wrap your brain around it, especially when the things are just like obviously they just left them right there because they were coming right back. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just yeah, I think that's very anyone who's lost somebody like that can really relate.
Yeah.
Yeah. This this poem made me think about certain people, um, 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 just like the poem before this made me think about a certain person. So it's like you're writing poems that are very personal and yet broad enough that other people who uh, don't know you can uh, relate.
Oh, thank
Relate.
you.
Right.
I hope so.
Personal but universal at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of like a
Absolutely.
butt plug.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I had to. I know
Personal, but
Kevin's not on here, but
that's
Dark
I had
that's
to.
humor.
great. Good.
Dark
That's a
humor.
callback, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you call a
Yes.
callback.
And dark humor is a coping mechanism, okay?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So the
Oh,
FEMA worker one too, I really relate to as someone who I worked for 24 years in the field of early childhood development.
Mm.
So I worked, I mean, sometimes I'm just working with kids with, they have a speech delay, they have autism, they have, cerebral palsy, whatever. But sometimes you're working with kids who aren't going to survive. Like they're not. And so there's a lot of grief involved. And you learn to hold space for the people you work with and to kind of be there for them. But you tend to bring that home with you. And I think that's anyone in those kind of professions. I imagine first responders, people who see horrific things like that. Like it is like there's probably a reason that I think the divorce rates are higher for people like that, like
Yeah.
first responders, military. I mean, and I think that kind of trauma is why, and it's especially if the other person doesn't really understand. Like it's hard to
Right.
leave those things
Yeah.
behind, leave them at the door.
Like
So
right now, I'm working with hospice again. I was with this company for quite a while, left for a couple of years to do clinical research, and then came back to hospice. And the stuff that you deal with on a daily basis in hospice is a totally different ball game than a lot of healthcare. You're not here to save someone. You're never going to have that, you know, failure of, well, I didn't save them and I feel terrible. But numbing yourself enough to know that you're just here to make this person in this very moment comfortable and happy in whatever way that you can while they die. And internalizing that and kind of steeling yourself to that and having to shut off a part of your normal human emotion and then going home and, you know, kind of needing to vent that and get that out so you can feel human again can be pretty traumatizing for the person who has to listen to it, because they're not in this world and they've had their own traumas and they've been on the other side of it more than they have on your side of it, and it can be very heavy. And I do think that's a contributing factor to divorce rates with people that work in social services, healthcare, first responder, all of that. Exactly.
Yeah.
Or even,
Oh, I just
I'm just
sniffed.
thinking
Go ahead.
No, go
what
ahead.
you said about having to steel yourself. It's, you know, I was telling my husband that I like all the medical drama shows, and we were watching something the other night. And, you know, that's always one of the things where it's like, it's a good thing that you know, have all this empathy for your patients and blah, 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 blah. But there is a point where, you have to emotionally distance yourself somewhat, or you could not continue to do the work. It's just a fact. And so what you're talking about, stealing yourself and then coming home and venting it on the other person, I think there's a flip side of that, where you maybe turn things off sometimes and then have trouble turning them back on. Like when you need to be
where you
empathetic. And I
can't be
think it's,
empathetic because you've
yes, and
literally
it's,
dumped every bit of it out that you can.
yes, well, and it's also very easy to be dismissive of things that, even though they may be very real trauma for someone, when you've seen so much worse, you're like,
Right.
right? Like,
And you
that's
forget
not
that
a
this
problem.
person's trauma is the biggest trauma in their life. It doesn't, you know,
Yeah.
you can't compare traumas. Like a little kid who skins his knee for the very first time is
Drowning in an
just
ocean, drowning in an ocean, and
right.
drowning in a drop of water is still drowning.
Right.
Yes,
He is
yes.
experiencing this pain the same way that somebody, you know, breaking their ribs has experienced that pain, because it's the only pain that this person knows. And it's very easy to be like, quit crying, here's a band-aid, slap some knee, you're fine. But you're not nurturing what they need outside of that, you know. And because, well, I watched a guy, you know, keel over
Watch
the other
someone
day.
die. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But anyway, that was just fantastic and emotional and just way more of a roller coaster than I was prepared for tonight. But thank you so much.
I'm sorry. I
Shannon,
hope you don't throw
no,
up.
don't apologize. Don't apologize. This is why you are one of my favorite guests.
Oh,
Like I said, every time you take me to, and that was a bit more emotional than normal, but that is the best art, is when it's able to take me to an emotional place, and it was just fantastic. And I mean, Kevin made me laugh, and you made me cry, and we just and you all
We
made
laughed, we
me
cried.
you all made
Angela
we laughed, we
terrified
cried,
us.
you all made me
Robert
think, and
intrigued
just
us.
right, and like exactly, like you guys inspired me and intrigued me, and just you guys are all some of my favorite artists. And I know I say that to everybody who comes on the show, but
Yeah, you
that is,
slut.
it's just as true. Yeah, I'm a art slut, but I'm an art slut, but it's true. It's true, because like you
I
guys
like
are
that.
all some of,
Using
you're
that.
just all my favorite artists, and I just like I'm so blessed to have you as part of my community. Thank you guys so much for coming on. I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
read a short so I'm going to read an excerpt from a short story. I'll tell you a little bit about the short story before I get started. It's without giving too much away. So it all started on a bright summer's day. No, anyway, it started in middle school, and it started with a like a prompt or something. And I wrote this piece. I wrote this story, and it was really, really awesome. And I remember the basis of the story. And for years, like I lost that old account that I had it on. And for years I was like, oh, I wish I could get that story back. And then I was like, then I had a brilliant idea one day. I was like, oh, I know. Why don't I just rewrite it? So that's what I did. And then as I was writing it, it like sort of like my mind just started like going crazy. And I started like, oh, there could be a sequel to this and blah, blah, blah. And so this is and it's a sequel, and it's a trilogy of short stories, and they're not all completely written yet, and um they're not finished, and they also need to be polished. So that's the other thing I will say about this is I wrote it 5 years ago. um it was also kind of an exercise for me to get back into writing. um it needs some polishing, it needs some work, it's rough, and my narration isn't the best because I have dyslexia and I'm just bad at reading. But anyway, it's a little science fiction. It's when you get into the second short story, it gets more fantasy. But for this story, it's leans a little more towards the science fiction side. Um, but the series is tentatively dubbed "Hear No Evil, See No Evil, Speak No Evil," considering changing it to just "Speak No Evil" or something like that because it's shorter, but I digress. This first story is called "Dead Men Tell No Tales." And so the concept is the first one is going to be, tell no tales, representing the speaking part of that. And then the next one would be representing hearing. And the third one would be representing seeing. And I have a blind character and a deaf character. There's a lot to it, but anyway, this is the beginning of Dead Men Tell No Tales, the beginning of that story series. May 27th, 2093. There are stories that excite you. There are stories that bore you. There are stories that inspire you. There are stories that chill you to the bone and make your blood run cold. There are stories that can change the way you see life in its entirety, and even stories that will make all of civilization bow down in reverence and submission before a being they can neither hear nor see nor touch. All of these stories have very different messages and meanings. However, all of these stories do have exactly one thing in common. All of them are told by the living, because everyone knows dead men tell no tales, right? Sorry. Because everyone knows dead men tell no tales. Dead men, they neither see, hear, nor speak evil. Everyone knows that, right? Yeah, sure. Tell that to my brother's dried, rotting corpse. I'm not going to bother with introductions because it would take too much time, and I don't have much of it. I don't know if anyone will ever see this, but if it's even possible that one life could be spared, I have to try to warn you. But remember, once you have the knowledge of dead men, there's no turning away from it, and you may very well join them. Don't say I didn't warn you. I found my brother's body today, May 27th, 2093, just after sundown. The world had already ended for most people. The governments had fallen, stock markets had crashed, and Oprah, American Idol, and Real Housewives had all finally ended. The world had fallen into horrific, chaotic disarray, and nearly 7 billion men, women, and children had died courtesy of our own personal alien invaders. Yep, that's right, kids, just like the movies. But imagine for a second that all of those creatures from all of those movies ever told were real. Predator, Alien, Doom, Independence Day, all of them. Imagine for a moment that all of the dark, horrible creatures from all of these tales ever told were real. Now imagine for a second that at some point they took lessons in the fine art of evil and carnage. These things would have been their instructors in the art of mayhem. They make all those lichens in that Underworld movie look like Dobermans with Down syndrome. Yeah, sure. I guess there had been a resistance at first, wars fought to win back our freedom from the invaders and all that. We tried putting them in cages, putting walls around them, gunning them down, gassing them, and even nuking them, and none of it seemed to work. Then, after almost a decade of futile attempts to fight off the invaders, what few of us there were left decided it would be a brilliant idea to fight amongst ourselves over the territory of this nuked out wasteland. And all the while, these things had never stopped hunting us in the night. Needless to say, blood had run in buckets, and there were very few humans left on this godforsaken planet. Basically, the apocalypse had come and gone, just like the Bible said it would. War, famine, pestilence, and all. And despite the death of my parents and the doom of the human existence, my world had just kept right on turning. That is, until the day I found my brother's body. The day I found him lying there, as cold and unmoving as an ice sculpture, on the floor of our cabin, looking not like my brother, but instead like some crude, sick carving of my brother from clay. My world finally ended. Only later would I realize that my end might just have been everyone else's beginning. It happened like this. My arms burnt with the strain as I struggled with the beast. It thrashed and fought me tooth and nail, but I did not relent. I kept my steadfast grip on my weapon. The beast kept my steadfast grip on my weapon and fought the beast with steely resolve and determination. Nothing would stop me from conquering this monster. I would fight it to the bitter end. Suddenly, the beast tugged with all its strength, and I felt my weapon threatening to break under the pressure. I fought still harder, my determination only growing, and the strain on my weapon mounting in intensity, until finally I heard a dull snap, and part of my weapon finally gave way to the monster's effort and broke off. The sudden release of tension sending me stumbling back and planting me on my ass. God damn it! I swore loudly as the fish splashed back to the depths it had come from. I know, Brandon loves that part. Gathering what little dignity I had left and pushing myself to my feet, I walked over to my spot by the water and picked up my rod, examining the damage. It had snapped right down the middle. Thankfully, bamboo grew in plenty around here, and it would be relatively easy to craft a new one. That was the good news. The bad news was that I had failed once again to catch anything. My brother had been known to act nearly homicidal, with near homicidal aggression when hungry, which is to say, pretty much always in our case. It comes with the whole post-apocalypse gig. He was not going to be very happy about having to eat nothing but nuts and berries, especially since I had been gone on this food gathering trip for nearly 4 days now. I let out a faint sigh, remembering the early days of the apocalypse before the invaders had hunted off most of the wildlife, when I could still look forward to a nice venison steak or rabbit stew. Resigned to getting yelled at upon my return, I began to gather up my makeshift tackle box and the other tools of the trade. The sun had nearly reached the end of its cycle for the day, casting a faint orange glow over everything, and beginning to crest the tops of the mountains and the trees in the distance, which meant it was time to start heading back in any case. It would be monumentally stupid and not to mention suicidal to be out after Mongol hunting hours. The Mongols are a race of supernaturally strong, fast, and carnivorous nocturnal beasts that look something like a mix between a giant wingless bat and a big, slimy, hairless gorilla, only with the teeth of sharks and the ears of wolves. They tend to range anywhere between the size of a car and a moving van. They're big, black, disgusting, hairless, slimy, terrifying nightmares that I'm fairly sure would have even Superman wetting his little red and blue spandex. See, Mongols feed on fear. They live on and lust for the anguish and utter despair of other living organisms. From what I've seen, when they stalk their prey, they give off some kind of supernatural vibe, something almost akin to pheromones or a sonar pulse that sends their victim into a state of hysteria, terrified hysteria and pain, most often causing a heart attack or internal combustion of the brain. Then comes the fun part, when they devour the victim's brain and heart in order to, I assume, ingest whatever chemical that causes us mammals to feel fear and pain, the fear and pain that these creatures so crave. Seeing as humans I'm sorry. I told you I'm a horrible narrator. Seeing as humans feel emotions on such a deep level compared to other species, we were their prime targets. As far as I know, no one knows how they got here or where they came from. I was only maybe 6 or 7 when my family heard about the first outbreak in California, but it was years until they had spread far enough east to actually be a threat to us in any case. No one thought they would. We all thought the military's walls and safety precautions would be enough to keep them contained and let them die out, seeing as how nothing else seemed to kill them besides isolation and eventual starvation. We all prayed the military knew what they were doing. We all prayed it would be enough. But by the time anyone noticed, the creatures were multiplying by the thousands, faster than the military could round them up and contain them, and slipping past our defenses undetected towards the other side of the country. It was too late. They got our parents when I was 13. Since then, it had just been my brother and I against the world, or what was left of it, living on nothing but nuts, berries, and fish. Well, nuts and berries at least. After meticulously and carefully gathering up my things and packing them, I began to trek back to my cabin. Over the river and through the woods. Wait, hold on. I had some other description exposition here, but it, I guess, got deleted or something. I don't know. Anyway, after meticulously carefully gathering up my things and packing them, I began the trek back up to my cabin. It was past dark by the time I finally arrived. I smelt the body before my hand touched the door handle. And I think that's where I'm going to leave off for tonight. I think that I'll probably read more of it on another show at some point, if that's something people are interested in. But what do you guys think?
I love it.
Man, I really thought he was fighting a werewolf, and then it was the fish. Yeah, that made me laugh. You got me.
Yeah,
And
yeah. That's something I feel like I've mentioned the Dresden Files one too many times tonight, but that's something that I've always that he likes. He starts a lot of his scenes with action, and then like sometimes it'll like be a fake out, and he's doing something completely different. And I always like admired that and tried to do that. I guess I don't know.
I like that.
I
you
think
do a
it
good
has a
job.
little bit of a Dan Simmons vibe. This year's class picture is about a teacher stuck in a school with a school full of little children zombies, and she has to figure out a way to feed them. And just with you describing your brother as being a dead man who has a tale to tell, but and then coming back after being gone for 4 days and he is gone, it makes me think, okay, is your brother going to be a zombie? Like, because I don't think that fish is going to help.
Yeah, no. So something I will say is this story is written between the majority of the rest of this story. So the beginning, which you couldn't see because I was reading it, but the beginning intro where there are stories that inspire you, blah blah blah, that whole part, up until the part where I get to my world finally ended, and it might just have been everyone else at the beginning. That all is in italics because that is his journal entry. Hence why at the beginning it says May 27th, 2093, and that's his journal entry.
Okay. Yeah.
And then it goes into the actual story beats. But the rest of the story is mostly told through him reading his brother's journal.
Okay. Yeah, that's awesome.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I thought about World War Z and District 9. Like
Yeah, definitely.
it's like giving me a vibe of that combo. I want to know more about the brother, like what did he look like, act like? I want to like hear details about the aliens. You know, uh,
So
appearance, sounds, and all that. I want more.
thank you. Thank you. I
Definitely.
appreciate that. Yeah, so they're called Mongols, and I named them after like the Mongol hordes that you would invade, Japan and China.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was an apt description to that's what these creatures are. They are the most vicious, the most brutal invaders that you could possibly think of. And when I thought of the most vicious and brutal invaders in history, there are few that compare to the Mongols
Yeah.
and Genghis Khan. There are very few that compare to Genghis Khan. Obviously everybody's going to say Hitler. Which, hey, shout out to Roth Ritchie and his Hitler
Oh,
comment earlier.
definitely.
But yeah, no, I named them after Mongols because like that's the type of vibe I wanted the people to have from them, is that they're this type of invader,
Okay.
Yeah, they just come in with a wave of terror and absolute like viciousness. That I think you conveyed very, very well.
Hmm.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
There's a new movie out called Civil War that
Oh yeah.
definitely I can feel a little bit of that in your writing, where you talk about trusting the government to know what to do. And yet here you are
Always a mistake.
post-apocalypse. Yeah.
Yeah. I like I most of the time, if you read my stories, now also this is the first time that anybody besides since my English teacher, who popped in the comments, which is funny, since my English teacher, or shout out to my other English teacher, Harry Jones, at Granite Hill High School. First time anybody has like seen my writing, my actual like story format writing. I would say, and I don't I don't know. I guess I just this one was just, I think it's one of my favorites because it's like, and one of the ones that like I wanted to present first, or like be my first like this is how I write stories or whatever, just because like I wrote the original story in middle school, and then somehow the story stuck with me, and like I remembered it in my brain. So I was like, that's the first key that tells me like that it's good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's that it stuck with
It
me for
still
so long
lives
that I
in your
remembered.
mind.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, thank
Dude,
you.
in middle school, that's impressive.
Yeah, it was. The original was god awful. I can't even. It's, but the concept. So I kept. There was two brothers, post apocalypse. I pictured the creatures the same way in my head as I did back then. Um, but I think that the ending of the story changed, and the exact format of like how I wrote the brothers' journal or whatever. I changed a lot of things. I just remembered that I just remembered the general layout of it. I remember there were two brothers. It was post apocalypse. One of them died, and the other one was reading his journal entries, and that's like the basic setup for the story. And then I just kind of built my own. I added in the pieces as I went along. And like I said, this story kind of spawned like a universe in my head that I didn't even think was there. And there's so
Dude,
I yeah,
like
go ahead.
you came up with this, the preface it in the base of this when you were in middle school. Dude, I was writing about being sad for not having a date to the skating rink in middle school, and you're coming up with post-apocalyptic journal entries from your dead brother. The fuck, dude?
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
amazing.
it was, yeah, yeah. I mean, I was always
You're a
like,
weird little dude. I love that.
yeah. I mean, that
You
I was the
can
type of kid who walked around in middle school with the Dresden audiobook playing in my headphone. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay, yeah, I could tell. That's awesome.
And
I like
yeah, go
the beginning of it was a little. There was some rhyming there at the beginning too. Like the poet in you is still in there,
Yeah.
even though it's prose. Yeah.
Yeah, I've um,
Hi.
I've heard you
Aw.
rap and do poetry, but never write prose before. You're doing all three. But awesome.
yeah,
Oh,
it's something I want to get back into, and um, like I said, I haven't written like that was from 5 years ago, and I haven't written a story or much. I've little things here and there, but I haven't written really a story in over 5 years, and it's just I don't know. I was feeling like it's the time to maybe get back into it. I think I'm gonna start by kind of looking over this one and editing some things and polishing it up a little bit and then see where I go from there. Because like I said, there were intended to be sequels to this story, but I just kind of let it peter out. I think I wrote the most of the second story, got started on the outline for the third one, and then just like let it peter out. But yeah, there's a lot that I wanted to do with it. But believe it or not, like I was saying before, that is not my like. And remember how at the beginning we were saying, your first thing you publish or your first thing you put out there is not often the thing that you anticipated. I
Mhm.
have
mhm.
I have this like Dresden-esque Percy Jackson. Oh, I can't even speak. Jackson.
Jackson.
Wow. I need a speech therapist. Like esque kind of story that's like fairies and monsters and shapeshifters, and like the main characters have like fire powers and shadow powers, and like it's fucking, and then this is just like some normal guys, and it's this more sci-fi like grounded story, which is like totally not my vibe when I write stories, but it's I don't know, it's one of the like my favorite ones that I've written, nonetheless.
I think that's part of what makes it great is you are taking very relatable characters and putting them in a setting that is, up close, familiar and comfortable, and then turning it upside down and making the situation just insane and then describing that microclimate. But these characters are very relatable. You're writing in first person and it feels like, a normal journal entry, and to realize, well, the world's gone to hell in a handbasket, and here's this normal guy just living his life, trying to survive and catch a fish. And I love the fish scene. I love that so much.
Brandon loves it too. Brandon's a big fish guy. Big fish guy.
Real big fish.
Yeah, we have a fishing show coming out soon. Well, it's fishing, hiking, and whatnot. But the first episode is fishing, and it comes out on Monday. So go
Nice.
check that out. Yeah, like I said, that like one of my favorite techniques is just using the whole like you think he's in like deadly stakes, and then it turns out to be like he's flipping pancakes,
Fish.
or he's fishing or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
It's
yeah,
good.
that's one of my favorite techniques that I use. And
You listen, you got me, and I feel like that's hard to do because I pride myself on seeing twists coming because I'm always like, oh, I saw the twist coming because that's how I would have written it. So yeah, when you surprise me like that's yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I was uh, wondering, like, okay, what's the weapon? What's the monster? A fish? Really? Oh,
Yeah, I
it's
love
a
how
fishing
like
pole.
ordinary and simple the big monster is, but
yeah,
there's so much anticipation built in it, and the twist is it's not so twisty, and that made it stand
right.
out even
There is
more.
also and I won't give like too much away in case I decide to read more, but there is a level of foreshadowing in there too, of things to come. there will be an inevitable face-off between our protagonist and our antagonist, as there always is. I mean, I guess you can't say always. That's not always the case in stories, but in most stories, you know, there will be an inevitable face-off. It. I tried to write a science fiction story in the guise of a psychological thriller, you know, doing it with the journal entries and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, it's one of my favorite stories, and I to me, my favorite thing about it is just there's so much for me to play with, and just so much like meat in that story that you could work with. And it makes me feel like there's a lot more to that universe to be fleshed out. And that's that, and I like that feeling when I read something that I've written, is that there's like, this isn't just the, like, I do like putting closure to things, but I also like the feeling that there's more that I can delve into, and
Yeah.
you know,
There's like layers to this universe. Like,
right.
you know, when you
But
get in
yeah,
a video game and it's so, you know, just
so visceral
beautiful,
and
and
real.
like every single blade of grass is blowing in the wind and it's so real. And then your character gets into a glitchy spot where his leg disappears. And it's so disappointing because you're encapsulated in this world that seems so real. Yours doesn't have a glitchy leg. It
Well,
just
thank you.
seems like there's going to be more layers to discover, and that's exciting.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's just, I tried to just have it be as immersive as possible, and that's like one of the things I love about you know, some of the things that I've read that I mentioned, like, you know, the Dresden Files or Percy Jackson I mentioned a second ago. The first person perspective is very personal and very close, and you know, it lets you get inside the mind of the protagonist, and yeah, it's one of my favorite perspectives to write from. And yeah, like I said, I hope to show you guys more of it in the future, and yeah, it's just
I'm
something
excited to hear more.
something I'm getting back into. It's I think the prose needs a little work. I think there's a little too much exposition, but I could be hard on myself all night long, I guess.
Well, it's like anything. I mean, the more you do it, the better you get at it.
Yeah, for sure. But anyway, guys, thank you so much. This has been a fantastic fucking night. We are going on 4 hours here, 3 hours and 57 minutes. This will be our second longest show ever. If I keep talking any longer, it'll be the longest show ever. Our longest show ever was my birthday episode this past year, and we had a 4-hour special, but that was scheduled to be a 4-hour episode. This was not at all planned. This was off the cuff. This was just freaking just butt plugs and and
Never gonna get over
fantasy
that.
and mania and just emotion and
Mean genies.
turmoil and just
Me,
all
Jeannie.
Genies,
crazy
fairies.
things.
Yes.
Genies,
and
fairies,
terrifying
genies,
children in the middle of the street.
genies, fairies, and children, and voodoo dolls. Oh my! And it's just,
Voodoo dolls. Yes, it's a magical night.
Yeah. This
Yeah,
really
no, it has
is,
been-
dude.
Literally.
Dylan, like
Yeah,
this show was fucking amazing. I am literally gonna shove this down everyone's throat over the next week.
Good. Thank you. Tell them.
You'd be like, this will be the
subscribe,
best
like,
4 hours
subscribe,
of
follow.
your night.
No, to me, it is. It is worth all the hours of all my nights, and it is just such an honor to be able to have people here, and to have such talented artists, and to be able to have them part of my community, and, you know, give them an outlet to be themselves and be open and share their art, and it's so great. It's so
I think
great.
it's
And
so important to connect with other writers, like other
It is,
creative
yeah.
people. It's hugely important.
the
Yeah, it is.
connectivity is the best part about it. It really is. Like I said, it's a community, you know, and that's why I always tell people, like, you know, if you need someone to talk to, you can reach out to me. You can reach out to people on this show because like that's what we're here for. Like we're building a community where we're, you know, inspiring each other. We're building off each other. We're, you know, giving each other motivation and inspiration, and it's fantastic. And that's what it's about.
And that's what I'm trying to do with also, not to pitch but Word Warriors, if you're on Facebook,
Hey, pitch it.
join the
Word
group.
Warriors Facebook group.
Pitch
Join.
it, yes.
Join.
You
Yes.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
going on
and
there
join-
tonight.
Join
Yeah,
the
for
Lost
sure.
Boys group and
Yes,
make
join them
sure
both.
and make sure everyone goes and follows Angela, Robert, Shannon, Kevin, even though he's not here. Make sure you all go follow him. Follow us on Brandon. Can I get it up on the screen here? Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Spotify, Apple, iTunes, Google Podcasts, Amazon, Audible, iHeartRadio, Pandora, Samsung Podcast, everywhere else you get your podcast. We just hit the 4-hour mark. This is our longest show ever. Thank you so much,
We did
guys.
it!
We will see you next Saturday at 9 p.m. Tune in, like, subscribe. We out of here.